What is going on, everybody? We are here at the Vizzy Atlanta Open presented by Acrytech at Lifetime Peachtree Corners. Grandstand action coming at you in just a few moments. I'm Will Doughton, joined by pro player, really legend of pickleball, Sarah Ansbury. Sarah, how are we doing on this fine Wednesday morning?
I mean, we can't complain. We've got Brooke Bruckner and Rachel Summers starting us out with our singles play this morning. And as I was saying, look at that. Brooke is almost always my first match, I think, when I'm on the mic. So I think this will be a fun one to start the day in. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. So I think that cloud coverage is what we need for us, at least personally, where we're at.
Totally. Definitely want to stay out of the sun in this Georgia heat.
I will say we've been out here all week, MLP with PPA, and those courts are hot. It comes to a long day for anybody who is out there. It's the beautiful facility, but I'm not going to lie, when you've got these two grandstand and stadium courts, it gets hot down there.
That one a bit long there from Buckner. This matchup, the 8 seed taking on the number 32 seed. Winner to the round of 16.
Here's a couple little out of control balls coming from Brooke, but again, it's early on, and she's got that Yola paddle, which I'm not gonna lie, is a pretty poppy paddle. So, I mean, she is getting some power behind those shots, no doubt. But it also can cause some spray when you've got that much pop behind a paddle.
That one going over the barrier on the side of the court.
Trying to see if we even...
Looks like it may have rolled.
Under, I don't think it's gettable anymore.
And we'll get a new ball, just a few points here into the first game.
And as we know, every game we do start with a new ball anyway, so it's a very common thing now that we're playing with fresh balls. And so far this game, just a lot of baseline to baseline, which is kind of surprising. Just steady play so far. Not a lot of pressure right now at the net, but it is also super early.
Both players kind of feeling each other out.
Absolutely.
And it's also, of course, just trying to warm up into the day. First match on, play just now getting started. No matter how much you warm up, it's always different going into that match.
Absolutely. And I got to say, the way Brooke is just hitting those balls corner to corner, it's impressive. She's got a super tight angle on that forehand and using it very well.
Again, just the depth you're talking about there, Sarah, just really creating opportunities for her to get into the net. Because even if that ball had been returned, she was going to be there for a put away. Absolutely.
You could see the control she's getting out of that serve, that heavy serve, putting Summers on her heels. I mean, that's 2 in a row. You could see the struggle that Rachel's having with the power that's coming behind that. And if Brooke can keep doing that, obviously, then this match is going to be pretty clean. Now, that's a smart changeup from Rachel. She put a slice on that return, almost trying to pull Brooke in. So that little changeup is an intelligent play for sure.
No love off the net there on the serve. We usually see the balls, they'll fly off the net. Not the case that time.
Yep. That's about the 3rd or 4th time that Brooks played behind Rachel into that forehand court. I definitely know Rachel can move a little bit better than this. I think she just really has to start doing something different. I like her looking to slice that return again. It worked once. I'm not sure why she's not doing it again.
Nice run from Buckner, gets 3 on the board. We'll see if Summers can respond here.
And you can just see, I mean, Rachel Summers has been on the defense this entire game, which isn't long. I mean, we are only at 3-1, but not a lot of scoring so far. Rachel Summers has really got to do something to change up quick.
That one just a bit long. We see Buckner really dictating these points behind some really powerful ground strokes, especially on that forehand wing.
Well, and there's again, so that's Rachel hitting that slice again, which is a smart ball. And it almost just looked like she just wasn't ready for it to come back. And the beauty of what she's getting out of that ball by slicing it is a higher return. And so it's not going to be as penetrating. It's going to be a little bit easier to pick up. But then when Rachel went to hit it, she was looking for the low ball instead of that high ball. But that's one of the things you're looking for on slicing that is getting a little bit more height on the third.
On the third shot.
Yep.
Makes it more of a manageable third if you're the serving player.
There you go.
And so, pretty clean performance here from Buckner so far, really just dictating with the forehand. Of course, she's coming off her first PPA gold medal last month in Los Angeles. She beat Lauren Stratman in the final of that tournament. Taking on Rachel Summers, played D3 tennis at the University of Mary Washington, a two-time All-American singles player. Rachel Summers also a member of the U.S. Army Reserves.
And she was out here over this past weekend, her old team, the Bay Breakers for MLP. She was out on the sidelines supporting that team, even though she's not on it. It's fantastic.
Love that.
Yeah, it's amazing. She had the Bay Breakers shirt on the bench, cheering for it, and that just kind of goes to show you this how big this community can be with MLP and PPA.
Especially between years as well.
Absolutely.
That one just long from Buckner.
And you can see that's kind of like the downside of a paddle that you've got a lot of power with. You're also going to probably create some more errors that you wouldn't necessarily normally do. And so Brooke has missed a few balls early on wide. I love that changeup on the serve, going a little bit shorter against Buckner, causing that error on the return. And we have not seen Summers try to press the net yet, and whether that's her plan or because she's on so much defense with those ground strokes coming from Buckner. I mean, wow.
So much power.
So much.
I mean, just effortless power.
Yeah,
for Brooke Buckner.
And you see she's really moving around, going for that forehand quite a bit, which is very, very smart. And mind you, that's the right thing. So Rachel's like, hey, I got to go to the net. And she had a play on that ball. That's kind of what is frustrating. She could have absolutely played it. She let it go. But that is giving her a better position.
I think maybe we just haven't seen her go into trying to hit those volleys as frequently just because she knows the high quality of those passing shots from Buckner.
Absolutely.
We're able to save that ball. And we'll see if Summers can go on a run here.
Again, I think that's the play she's got to do. She did a little bit more with that serve again. She's changing the depth of it a little bit, which I think is super beneficial for her. She's got the right idea. Now it's just executing the plan. I mean, incredible passing shot to go, but Brooke just got her paddle on it, and unfortunate, just bad luck causing the second timeout for Rachel Summers.
Right, some really great defensive shots there from Summers, but Buckner just too good at the net. and she'll take a timeout here. We'll take a quick break as well. Buckner in control here, 8-3 in game one. Stay with us. Welcome back here. This round of 32 women's singles match. Brooke Buckner with an early advantage on Rachel Summers, 8-3 here in game one. I'm Will Doughton, joined by Sarah Ansbury. And we've seen a lot of powerful ground strokes here from Buckner early.
Absolutely, and I have heard that. I was speaking to some players that played Brooke in the last few events in singles, and they've kind of said the same thing, is that she's just getting a lot more power with that paddle, and it's definitely helping that singles game. And that's, I don't know, about the 10th time we've seen that shot going to Rachel's forehand. She kind of keeps going towards her backhand, and Brooke just keeps going to her forehand. So I'm hoping that kind of Rachel, I definitely know she can play a little bit more solid and be more assertive with some of those shots.
Again, gets the put away there at the kitchen line, and a game point here for the number 8 seed.
And that is our first game. Solid first game from Brooke Buckner at 11-3. We've got a little bit of the sun coming out to us, so let's see if that side change makes any adjustment for Rachel Summers in this second game.
We will certainly see the number 8 seed in control here in this women's singles match. We will take a quick break. Game 2 action coming up after this. Stay with us.
That becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life, best life, best life.
Game 2 action set to get underway here. Brooke Buckner took game 1, 11-3. I'm Will Doughton with Sarah Ansbury. Sarah, what do you think Rachel Summers has to do to get back in this game?
I mean, we've seen like glimpses of the right strategy. She's mixed up some of her returns by slicing it, the serve's going a little bit shorter. She's got to create some off rhythm for Brooke Buckner, and pressing into the net is probably something that she does absolutely need to do. And we are starting to come back on there soon, but it's doable, you know, from Rachel. We know she can press in and take those returns a little bit earlier, but I feel like it's confidence right now. I feel like the body language on the court has been very negative the first game, which is tough, you know, and that is what we need to see from Rachel Summers this game. We've got to put pressure on Brooke, making those passing shots a little bit more difficult, closing up that court a little bit.
Just a great return there from Buckner. Looked like Summers thought it was going to be long.
Yeah, I did too. I was like right behind that net post. Couldn't really see that line though from where we're at. Yeah, mind you, Rachel covered the right corner that time, because that's what we were saying in the last game, that Brooke just kept passing her on her forehand side, playing behind her. But Rachel at least was there. She was anticipating it more on her forehand than her backhand side. Super close. I got to say, I just really love how Brooke Buckner is moving around that backhand and hitting that inside out forehand so well. She's just striking it so nicely right now on that side.
Again, we just see the forehand. You know, if you know you have a strength,
Yep.
totally use it. And Buckner, really a masterclass on the forehand.
Absolutely. What I think that's something that amateurs often are like, well, I'm not supposed to move around my backhand. I've got to hit a back. Well, that's just not true. You want to play to your strength as much as possible, and it's okay to move around a backhand and hit a forehand.
Right.
It's not avoiding the backhand. What it is it's focusing on what your strength is and creating more
It's also, the court's not that big.
Exactly.
you know, it's 20, 44.
You know, people think the court is a lot bigger than it is, but it's not.
Nice backhand winner down the line for Rachel Summers. We'll see if that's going to maybe help her
Get that momentum going just a little bit, because it's still tough. She's still not, like, she's 1-4, so it's good. She's on the board, but mentally that is tough to come back from. She's put a lot of work in, and there's just also been some miss hits as well that has just not worked in her favor.
And again, another nice defensive point. We'll see if that, you know, these types of points, they can snowball, they can build in on
Absolutely.
each other, right?
Yeah, especially in singles.
When it's just you out on the court, right? You need to find something to click on to.
Absolutely. You could see Brooke struggling a little bit with that serve. I actually practiced a little bit with Rachel yesterday in some mix. She's got a fantastic serve. She puts a lot of heat on it. And right there again, forcing an error out of Brooke Buckner. And look at that, it's a brand new game. It's 4-4. I'm just not sure why she didn't hit that ball. Let's see that replay.
It was a nice angle from Buckner.
I feel like she probably just misstepped the wrong way, and sometimes it seems so close, and you just take one little half like momentum the wrong way, and that's frustrating. And we definitely are seeing so far in this game a lot of missed returns, which goes to show how aggressive some of these serves are.
That's really what you need to do in singles as well. Really just go for that serve.
Yep.
People talk about, you know, the importance of the serve and the return, especially in singles, to get you starting that point off with an advantage.
Yeah, and you have this idea, okay, you're not supposed to miss serves. And I always say that's very old school thinking. You do have to take some risks on serves. It's okay to miss serves. You're going to win more points getting a little bit more offensive, getting a weaker return, being able to do more with that third shot. You know, if you're missing 3 or 4 serves, and you know, that's different. But missing, you know, 1 serve every so often to get the greater good is absolutely worth it.
It's all about risk management, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There we go. What we are seeing a lot is those shorter balls mid-court are helping Summers more than they're hurting her. I think the same thing as a lot of times players think, oh, you always have to have that ball deep. Well, that's not necessarily true. So like that ball right there is a very deep shot, but it sat right into Brooke Buckner's wheelhouse. So she's able to do more with that return. Moving the ball a little bit, creating some off-rhythm shots is going to be a lot more beneficial.
And again, we're seeing when Buckner has that time to really set her feet and just hit that ball in the strike zone, she's just ripping it.
Absolutely.
And we are going to get a timeout here from Rachel Summers. Do you like the timeout call here? She's missed a few returns, now only 4 points away from defeat. Do you like the timeout?
Absolutely, because this game has been close so far, and that little bit of lead that Brooke has right now with 2 points, it's time to stop it. She doesn't want to make it 3 or 4. It's better to stop it now and try to gain some momentum on her side.
100%. So we will take a quick break. Second half of game 2 coming up in just a few moments. Out of the timeout, Brooke Buckner to serve at 7-5.
Mind you, that time Brooke was ready for that lower, shorter ball. She stayed under it a lot better than she has previously. Kind of like you were saying, getting those feet loaded. It's tougher on that shorter ball. I mean, just a huge serve.
It looks like Summers wanted to call that out, but it looks like it may have just dipped
Yeah.
at the last moment.
That's what we've seen quite a bit. Just almost hitting the back of the line, which is very, very tricky. And that's just unfortunate. I feel like that's kind of how Rachel's match has gone so far. It's when she's kind of gained some speed and momentum, there's been a couple of just unlucky things, and now we have a match point for Brooke Buckner.
And just an easy put away there to cap this one. Brooke Buckner moving on to the round of 16 here in Atlanta behind an 11-3, 11-5 victory, takes down Rachel Summers. Just a solid performance all around from the 8 seed, Sarah.
Absolutely. I mean, we started off the first game with some errors, but I think, what Brooke did really nicely, she's like, I made the errors, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep hitting the shot. And that's often, people will sometimes hold back when they're in that situation and try to, but she knew that those errors were just kind of short term. And once she kind of got through that patch in the first half of the game, she came back strong. I don't think she missed any of those passing shots since then. So just, high quality play from Brooke Buckner. I think her singles game just keeps getting better and better.
And just really, like you said, trusting her shots. That's what got it done today. Coming up in just a few minutes, we've got men's singles. So staying with singles here on this Wednesday morning. More great action on Grandstand Court all day long. Stay with us. You're not going to want to miss our upcoming matches.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernies, ATPs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family owned, USA made, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
Tens of
thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear. Sup, future me. And no bunions! How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Cliff Bar gives you energy, but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Oh, no!
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emrich et je suis en joueuse Holbrook.
Wow, it's a new look, and it's looking real good. It's a new look, and it's looking real good on you. It's a new look, and it's looking real good.
would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
We're here with our second match of the day. Men's singles, number 10 seed Jack Sock taking on the 44 seed and qualifier Dave Bacala. It's a round of 32 match. On Grandstand Court, I'm Will Doughton, joined by Sarah Ansbury. And this should be a high. Anytime you get Jack Sock on the court, Sarah, it's going to be an entertaining match.
Absolutely. I was just remembering, I think it was, little more than a year ago that he kind of made his debut in North Carolina indoors and had some good success. And I do recall his singles match. He was playing,
is it
good gracious,
Jake Kuzma?
Jake, yes, my boy Jake Kuzminder, and he was, Jake won that match. He was so excited because he loves Jack Sock, and it was a fantastic win for him. But Jack has come back pretty strong since then with his singles game.
100%.
Yeah.
Made his first singles final in Selkirk, the Selkirk Red Rock Open, just a few weeks ago. So, definitely could be primed to make another run here. It is a stacked draw. Anytime you have Jack Sock as the 10 seed,
got a great singles draw here, and then he's playing qualifier.
Yeah, there we go.
Which you never know. Sometimes that could be tougher because
they've played so many matches already.
Exactly. I mean, that's a pretty good serve to start off with.
Yeah, can't ask for a better start if you are Dave Bacala. Advanced to this round after a walkover victory over Gabe Tardio yesterday. You can already tell just based off kind of the strokes from Bacala, just so much topspin.
Yeah.
Pretty wristy forehand. That can definitely be tough to deal with. Of course, some love off the net there.
A little bit there.
For Jack Sock. I believe that's the first time I've seen Jack Sock try a one-handed backhand. Usually just runs around, hits a forehand.
Yeah, he moves around that forehand so well. That is definitely, I remember even going through that with North Carolina, watching those matches and just discussing in every doubles and everything, the more he moved around and hit that forehand, people struggled with it so much. That did look like a close one on that sideline there.
Can be, we hear Jack say, appreciate that.
Yeah. And there's that forehand right there that he's just passing right by with no effort.
It just looks like he hits so laid back when he hits it, but he gets so much on it. And again, gets Bacala on the full extension on that fourth ball on that volley, and then Sock able to kind of work his way up and take that one early.
I love that he took that in the air. That's a shot that a lot of players let bounce, and taking it in the air just gave Bacala no chance on that ball. I think something that we've been talking about a lot is with the new paddle technology, these serves are getting bigger and bigger, which have adjusted our service rules with PPA.
Of course, players having to can't throw the ball up anymore. You got to drop it from beneath the hip waist level.
Yep. And it's got to be no hand movement or I got called on that yesterday, I'm not going to lie. I started a motion, then I thought a ball was coming onto the court, so I moved it going to stop, and I was like, well, I'm just going to serve it, and sure enough, they call it. So
hey, at least they're calling it.
Exactly. It is. It is important to be able to call those. That's some fantastic court coverage from both players.
Really great anticipation there from Bacala. Just kind of reading where Sock was going to go with those passing shots.
When you got to wonder how much nerves Bacala has right now, essentially being an unknown, playing against. Oh, he is questioning that call. He absolutely let that ball go, thinking it was sailing out. And
I thought it was sailing as well.
I think we all did, and it looks like it probably caught the back of that line.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just good pressure there from Sock. Didn't quite do a ton with the overhead, but did enough.
Sometimes, yeah, it's all you got to do sometimes, and that's, I think, is your big difference in tennis and pickleball. In tennis, we hit putaways with overheads, but pickleball, you don't always do that. It's a trickier shot.
What a shot from Bacala. The drop volley that not even Jack Sock was able to keep in the court.
That thing was a couple inches from the net. He's hit that high kind of backhand a couple times in a different ways, but that's been the successful one, so let's see if he does it again. And I think what was better about that passing shot versus the others is he took a second before striking that ball. So that little bit of off timing is what created that success against passing someone like Jack Sock on the net who has great coverage.
Well, Bacala got called for a foot fault, but didn't matter because Jack Sock had already hit a winner.
And I almost think that's a little experience, too, right there. I like to see them both in the net. That's something we see very commonly in men's doubles. But instead of maybe hitting a dink or something, Bacala decided to just, get into a hand speed battle, which is usually not going to work in this situation. He probably would have been better off hitting something soft to the corner and creating a bigger opportunity.
Again, you talked about that serve earlier and just see how the depth on that serve just painting the baseline.
Absolutely. Well, the short ball's working again, however it gets there.
We always say every time, you drill to just hit the very top of the net to just get it to fall over. Kidding, of course. Don't drill that, please. Don't drill that.
Don't do that.
It already happens enough.
Yeah.
And I think Colin Johns might lose his mind.
Again, Bacala looks like he's starting to think about hitting that ball a little bit shorter and pulling Jack in, and he's getting somewhere with it.
He had a slow start, but within 2 points here. And Bacala with the chance to tie it up 4-5.
Now, I like that he was hitting a smart shot, and that's kind of like I was saying before. Sometimes that softer ball, that classic double shot, a third shot and a dink actually is super successful in the singles game. But I do think the paddle he's playing with has got a kind of a small sweet spot. I know I've hit with it before, and if you hit that thing, that's a tricky thing to keep in.
I couldn't tell if that third from Sock. It was probably going to drop, but it was a little high.
Yep.
But he gets the job done regardless.
I think that's, you know, what, again, we're talking about tempo that we've seen a little bit is often players are going too fast to the net, and so a ball that seems like an easy put away, they're not stabilized before they strike it. So they're just like that. I just think he got ahead of the ball too quickly and was not really ready for that.
And we see Bacala take a tumble there, but looks like he's all good. There's a nice angle on that forehand volley from Sock.
Yeah, and Bacala was successful going behind Sock a little bit, but you see that difference of him now looking for that forehand space. What I liked is when Sock is coming in, he's not going right to the middle of the court. He's kind of going up the line that he's moving, which is covering more for him. And that is causing a timeout with Bacala. So we will be back here at with Jack Sock ahead in 7-4 right after this commercial.
Stay with us.
Towards the movement on your wrist is dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Celac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Grandstand court. Jack Sock with the 7-4 lead, looking to extend it here, coming out of the timeout. Taking on Dave Bacala.
Bacala got some coaching advice on the bench. And let's see if anything comes out of it. I do think Jack might have heard it a little bit. I think we were discussing that it seemed kind of aware of what was going on, so I would have liked to be on the other side to hear all that.
And now within 2 points of taking game one is Jack Sock.
Well, that hand speed battle, he did win. It worked out. I just don't think that's going to be too successful very often against Jack Sock. You do see Bacala trying to be a little smarter there, which is what I was saying a little bit earlier. He's, you know, hitting some third shots. He's trying to kind of create that passing shot opportunity, and he did get what he wanted, honestly, with that softer ball. It just seemed like he didn't know what to do with it.
Right.
And I think that's a little bit of experience too, recognizing the doubles does take a play in men's singles a lot more than people realize.
And again, no love off the net there. We saw it earlier, hit the net, and then it barely just died, landed in the kitchen. That was a fault for Rachel Summers.
Yep.
Opposite here for Dave Bacala.
Another footfall from Bacala, which again, just a well-played point. He is, you know, pushing Jack Sock around the court. And as much as it is cloudy right now, it is humid as can be. We are in Atlanta, Georgia. And there's that third shot kind of drop from Jack Sock, which essentially turns into a passing shot.
Right.
It's a super offensive shot, and he's using it well in this singles game. And 11-4 in the first game for Jack Sock.
Really solid performance there. I think, what do you think if you're Dave Pacala, you know, and you're getting some coaching? Let's say you are over there, Sarah.
Yeah.
And let's say that you're giving some advice going into game 2. What are some of the keys of your advice?
You know, I think Jack Sock can cover the court very well side to side, and I think he does want to continue using those maybe shorter angles so that he's pulling him, but moving him up and back is also a big plan. And I think they were starting to get there with some of those shorter angled returns, hitting, again, those drop shots. He's got to kind of get into that full court game, because if he just kind of goes toe-to-toe trying to overpower Jack Sock, it's just not the play. And so he just has to utilize that court so much more than what he's doing. And you can see he's trying to. He's starting to get there. And you can see the coach on the sideline right there. And what I'm wondering, again, you're so close. So, I mean, I get it. You guys are new to this. Move to the side. Don't let your opponent hear what your coaching is.
Right.
Maybe they're being super quiet, but I just don't think so.
Right. And we, you know, like you said, Sarah, with kind of varying that depth a little bit, we have seen some really nice backhand volleys, especially on the backhand side from Bacala. That even, you know, maybe one was off the net as well, but Saki, you know, he was able to get there but not do really anything with it. So we'll see if he tries to, you know, incorporate those into his game 2 strategy. A little bit about these players. Bacala, like we mentioned earlier, came through the qualies. Took out Ryan Evelov, very experienced player in the final round of quali, so that is definitely a good win for him. And Bacala, based in Denver, Colorado. And I got to shout this one out. He has a Great Dane named Cece.
We love that.
An Instagram account. Love that.
Yep.
Cece definitely cheering him on back home, hopefully. And, of course, Jack Sock, you know, 4-time Grand Slam tennis champion. And full-time pickleballer.
Full-time pickleballer
at least,
now.
You know, for the last few months, and he's definitely had a lot of success.
He definitely has the hands to come over from tennis. He's got the double skills. It's not all players have that ability to cross over so quickly, but he's really put the work in, and that is what we're talking about right there.
It's almost like they were listening to us.
Yes,
and not his coach.
maybe that was what was happening. Yeah.
Great angle volley there from Bacala.
You can see he's trying to do it. He is trying to drop that ball a little shorter, which is, it's the right play. He's playing the softer game, which is what he has got to do. But if you're going to lob Jack Sock, you've got to really make it perfect. There again, when he's getting that ball, now he's going for shorter balls, allowing Jack Sock to not be able to cover as quickly. He was doing just fine sideline to sideline on the baseline, but they've got to utilize the depth on the court like he is starting to do.
Try to get into a cat and mouse rally, it looked like, but just the reach of Jack Sock.
Yeah.
But you like that strategy, though.
I do, and at the same time, you know, Jack is kind of like, well, I can also do this. And so it's the best play that he has. And what I'm wondering, especially because we don't know Bacala's game too much, is how comfortable he is in that type of game. And that's what I'm talking about. The doubles experience is so beneficial because dinking is hard. It's difficult to do on the court. And if you're consistent popping balls up, this will be a hard game for him to play. And I think that's kind of what I'm talking about from a timing perspective. It's a ball a lot of players miss. They get to that line almost immediately when they're striking that volley, and that's often going to cause a ball that goes into the net.
It looks like Jack Sock.
Maybe he's questioning the call, if it was
Wasn't
out.
sure if it was in. He'll take it.
He'll take it. It did definitely look in from here. That one was out, so maybe he felt
felt like he needed to miss. No, never.
It's in his head now.
Clean winner there from Bacala.
I think that might be the first one this match.
It's really looked like he rotated through that forehand really well with so much spin, just dipping over the net.
And again, he's not aiming to hit the baseline on those balls. He's trying to get Jack Sock to hit up on the ball, which is going to give him a lot more opportunity. And that's probably the first return we've seen fly out. But Jack Sock is sweating a lot right now, you can see. And I think that was just a grip issue.
He's got the towel. Looks like he's reset a little bit mentally.
He's good to go. Well, again, it's the right play, but you could see that he's not comfortable doing that. So often when he's hitting that kind of drop and he's trying to keep it soft, he's popping it a little bit high, which is giving Jack the opportunity.
We have seen a few missed returns, really on both sides in this game, too.
When we had that feedback over the weekend with MLP as well, I have people messaging me from during matches from other parts of the country asking, why are so many people missing returns and serves? What's going on? And huge ball from Jack Sock causing a timeout from Bacala. Much needed right now.
Much needed. We'll see if he can right the ship here in game 2 against the number 10 seed, but we will take a quick break as well. More Game 2 action coming up after these messages.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
And we are back here in Atlanta, Georgia with this terrible note. This is Sarah Ansberry here, and we are going to take a break because the rain has started to come down. So we are in the second game with Jack Sock and Dave Bacala, with Jack Sock leading 6-2 on the timeout. Stay tuned. Hopefully the sunshine will come out again, and we will be back live for you later.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Big it up, big it up.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Cliff Bar gives you energy. But you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Oh no!
Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But GOATs aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a fifth triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles, they want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles, they want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy. Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. Last week it was the Queen City. This week it's the home of a king. Federico Staksrud, the reigning PPA singles champ, will defend his title from not just last week, but last year when he broke through and was anointed king of this hill. But the undisputed king of this court, Ben Johns, is back to battle for what he believes is rightfully his. But goats aren't interested in mere titles. They want crowns. And for Anna Leigh, this 16-year-old orders them in sets of 3. With Ben back by her side, her future is bright. But so is the present as she teams up with Anna in doubles. Will these partnerships amount to a 5th triple in 2023? As this game continues to explode in popularity, it uncovers new talent from all over the world. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tours Acrytech Atlanta Open, presented by Vizzy.
And we are back. Grandstand court here at the Vizzy Atlanta Open at Lifetime Peachtree Corners. I'm Will Doughton, joined by pro player, really icon of pickleball, I'd say, Sarah Ansbury. Men's singles match. And yeah, as far as rain,
I think we're all surprised we're here right now.
I think we are. As far as rain delays go, that was
like the best ever. I think we were all kind of ready to go indoors. I know I was talking to my partners about trying to figure out what our plan was for tonight, but really, I mean, an hour, that's not bad at all, especially for rain like that. So everyone was out here, all the volunteers, making sure these courts were cleaned and wiping down all these chairs over here. Just fantastic crew here.
Super grateful to them. And Jack Sock with a game lead over Dave Bacala, serving it up here with a 6-2 lead in game 2.
I think we will see if Bacala used that timeout to really talk to his coaches and his team and try to figure out what his plan should be coming back into this. I know they were out here warming up earlier than anybody else, and the courts were still a little bit wet, but they were itching to get back out here and hit the ball.
A nice stab volley there from Bacala. Doesn't have a ton of time to work with. There is some scoreboard pressure he's facing. We'll see if he can put together a few points.
Well, what I like about that is we spoke before the break that Bacala was having trouble keeping kind of those drops down. So it went in the net, but at least it was lower. And so I understand that's a tricky one, but they were popping up pretty high earlier, so he is going to need to cut it a little bit closer down. Again, he does seem to be trying to pull Jack up to the net.
Not let him kind of, just slap forehands from the baseline.
Yeah, you do not want that to happen. He moves around that whole court to take that big old forehand.
And even though Sock has an advantage, it's points like that, the missed volleys, shots he will usually make, a few more of those, and this match could get a lot more complicated.
Absolutely. And I think what we always talk about is with that athlete is it's not necessarily like the negative that happens, it's how do you deal with it after the fact. And, with his kind of experience, I feel like he probably has very good problem-solving skills on court. Not everyone does. You can fly and you can miss a ball, and it's okay, or you can let it get to you, and it can be a string of errors following.
Right.
It's a great recovery from Bacala. He was definitely out of position even coming in, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier. When he's coming in, he's coming right to the middle every single time, and it's actually making it easier for Jack Sock to pass him, whereas when Sock is coming in, he doesn't always go right to the middle of the court, which is definitely an important singles tactic in pickleball. You see he's slightly off center, which is setting him up a little bit better, and that's it's giving him better court coverage, where a lot of players coming in, they want to play the tennis style and just go straight to the middle of the tee, and that does open up the court behind you.
Right. I do remember kind of when I was learning tennis, this phrase like the IVP, the ideal volley position, and kind of making sure you're not necessarily on center if your approach shot isn't in the center of the court.
Absolutely.
Nice backhand up the line there from Bacala. Gets the air, and I am seeing a few isolated raindrops. And wouldn't that be something, Sarah?
I don't even think we should talk about that. We should not talk. Yeah, nope.
Nope.
It's a beautiful sunny day here in Atlanta, Georgia. Lifetime Fitness coming to you. The PPA Carvana Pickleball Tour. That's
we'll
how
keep
we're gonna focus on.
That's the energy that we want here.
I got to play later today, so. I mean, it's kind of what we're talking about, though. It's a little bit of a difference. We're at 6-6 suddenly, which could be that break can work for you or it could work against you. And right now, I think it's working for Bacala. And it's almost, but one thing I'm really recognizing with Bacala now versus before the rain delay is he's moving a lot more fluidly. He's slowing down a little bit. He's not rushing his shots as much. His strokes are slowing down, and that's creating a lot more consistency on his shots. I spoke too soon there, but
Right.
but that is it's a common thing. We get out there and we want to go 100%, and that can cause some errors, and it has not worked to his advantage. But he's getting a little bit more consistency overall. And that's what we're talking about that volley position. He's immediately coming in and trying to go right to middle of the court. Well, all that's doing is opening up the space behind him.
And Sock taking full advantage there, going behind him twice on back-to-back shots. And third time in a row, Sock going low to that backhand volley of Bacala. And 3 quick points for Sock to
just completely changed the momentum there. 6-6 to 9-6.
Now 2 points away from taking this match, and Bacala will call a timeout. So if you're on Bacala's bench, and Jack Sock may be able to hear with how close he is.
I think we were discussing this earlier. I mean, it's a tight bench, so you're not exactly keeping secrets if you're talking too much right next to the other bench. But it's kind of like we said, it's that momentum. He came back in. He was slowing down a little bit. He was hitting smarter shots. It was cleaner because of that. But the last couple points, again, he's rushing a little bit, so he's getting jammed up. And that's a common thing with players. They're trying to get to that baseline, to that non-volley line in like one very short step, and it can be tricky. And so he's got to kind of adjust a little bit, either get there a little sooner or decelerate a little bit so he actually can react to those volleys a little bit cleaner.
We'll see if any of those adjustments are in store coming out of the timeout. Sock to serve with a 3-point advantage. And just whips that forehand down the line.
Just right in there is a beautiful shot. Giving him a match point. How quickly that momentum can shift.
And 1 match point saved for Bacala. We'll see what he can do with his back against the wall here. Could be now or never for the 44 seed.
Well, there he goes. There's that drop again, trying to get that to land in the non-volley zone, getting Jack Sock to reach a little bit. So again, it's a more intelligent shot, but in order to keep those down, that's what he's got. He's got to slow down a little bit, whereas earlier he was just racing too much to those. It's very hard to control that ball. We saw that play at the very beginning of this match with Jack Sock in the exact opposite position. So I like seeing that.
Liked him taking that ball out of the air.
Yep.
Takes time away from Sock, and he did well to keep it in. So easy to overhit that shot as well.
Absolutely. And just right there, it gets the right shot, but he's just rushing.
And Sock will have another opportunity to close this one out.
And there it is, and off of another forehand. Just great match overall, though, for Bacala. It's a great showing at this Atlanta PPA event. I mean, 11-4, 11-8 for Jack Sock. Not terrible for Bacala coming out. I think he's got some work to do, but he's definitely got the potential to keep going.
100%. Like you said, great showing for Dave Pacala here, but it is Jack Sock, the 10 seed, booking his spot in the round of 16. Our day continues here on Grandstand Court with women's singles action coming up in just a few moments. We'll have Catherine Parento taking on Millen Rain. That one should be a good one, and we'll have that for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us for more action from the Peach State.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear. Sup, future me. And no bunions. How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
The Vizzy Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech, is brought to you by Vizzy, a flavor for every vibe. By Acrytech, the official surface of the PPA Tour. By Deep Eddy Vodka, dive in. By CIBC, ambitions made real. By Oh Snap, the perfect snack in a snap. By Lifetime, your life, your time. By Franklin, the official paddle of the Vizzy Atlanta Open. And by Carvana, serving happiness all season long.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emmerich et je suis en Jules Holbrook.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
Big it up, big it up. Yo,
thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
At Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Cliff Bar gives you energy, but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
All the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
And our next match here on Grandstand Court, just a few minutes from getting underway, women's singles, the number 2 seed, Catherine Parento, taking on the number 34 seed, Millie Rain, in this round of 32 match. I'm Will Doughton, joined in the booth by Sarah Ansbury. Sarah, what are we expecting to see from this match? It's Catherine's first match back since North Carolina.
I mean, I think Catherine feels excited. You can see her warming up there. She's ready to go. She's MLP has been a great weekend for her, and Millie's improving her singles game. I think every time she's got that new paddle that's helping her a lot, which I think is could be interesting. She's got some really great passing shots, so I think if Millie can utilize those, then that would be fantastic. But I think Catherine's going to just want to come out here early and say, it's all right, I've taken a break, but I'm ready.
One of the most highly decorated players on the women's side of the tour, and Catherine Parento. Been so good for so long.
It was almost a hesitation on that out call, but was definitely out. And I think that's what Catherine's just going to keep doing. She's going to put pressure on Millie, coming in as often as possible to make that target to pass her so much smaller. And that's
like what she did there.
And you could see Millie, she's looking at her paddle every single time. So she's missed 3 balls. She sprayed 1 out and 2 into the net. And every time she's looking at her paddle. Well, there's the net love, which she probably needs right now. Get one going the right way.
Hit one clean. Then it'll be a good match.
There you go. And there it is again. I think it's kind of like what we talked about in the last match. It's very easy when you've got a player probably more decorated with pressure to rush your shots and not play as loose. And that's kind of, you're seeing just Millie kind of rush through balls right now. And she's just got to, and it seems crazy that she's got to slow down and make sure she's setting up her shots a little bit more, but that is exactly what she's got to do.
Again, we're just seeing this good pressure there from Parento, just working her way into the kitchen, not trying to do anything too crazy, but just relying on the depth of her approach shots.
I mean, that ball didn't even come up. That's
What a shot there from Parento.
I don't even think if Millie got there, she would have gotten it. Just stayed so low. But I think that, what Catherine does really well is her footwork and recovery is really good. She really is loading up behind her shots, adjusting well from side to side. And that really is experience. She has been around a lot longer than some of these other players. I remember when she first came in, I can't tell you how many times I played her. And then it just, when she broke through, it was great from there.
What a point there.
Fantastic coverage. Millie kept herself in that point the whole way, but great pressure from Catherine Parento. I mean, 6-0, it's a good time for a timeout.
100%. Can't falter for that one. So if you're Millie Rain here, Sarah, looks like Catherine's just playing really, really well. Like,
Yeah.
what do you tell yourself on the bench?
It's tricky. And like I said, like when you're watching Catherine set up for her shot, she has a fantastic open stance that helps her recover really well, and it allows her to move forward very efficiently. And right now, Millie has not been able to come to the net comfortably, and I think that's a little bit, just a footwork difference as well. But that one time she has come in, it just wasn't the right ball. And so, I mean, essentially Millie just has to calm down a little bit. And it sounds kind of basic, but she knows how to hit these shots. She knows how to pass her. She knows how to load up. But she's just got to allow herself to get in this game. Like right there, much better footwork, much cleaner setup for the shot. And she can most certainly keep doing that.
We'll see if that gives Rain a bit of confidence here to get on the board. And did that one catch?
It did not. So that ball did go out that Millie hit, and so that's why Millie didn't even move for that ball. But the crowd just saw the shot that Catherine hit,
right.
So they were cheering for that, which is great. That's all that matters. That's actually a great idea, but obviously a little bit too much. But anything that I think that's going to move Catherine kind of up and back on the court is going to be beneficial to Millie.
Nice drop volley there from Rain.
And that's kind of what I mean, is she's got to use the depth of the court as well. People think side to side too much, but moving that depth is a pretty big deal from a point structure. And we got on the board for Millie. There's those passing shots that Millie absolutely has. She was spraying a little bit earlier, but like I said, she's calming her footwork down a little bit more. She's much more stable before striking the ball, and that's what she's got to do, just stay a little bit more calm. Kind of a little bit of spray going wide on that serve. Doesn't happen a lot, but we have seen a couple errors here in the last few points from Catherine.
That's great. Just really like the patience there from Catherine on that final shot.
And that's experience right there. That's recognizing you've got someone out. That most common thing when people get pulled out is they feel like they want to go back and recover middle. However, the spot, the opportunity is the place that they just left. So she took her time, let Millie move, and went for that ball.
And some more net love there for Rain. Great points. Great gets by both players there. And it looks like we are seeing this pattern, Sarah, of Parento returning to that Rain backhand, Rain going cross-court to the Parento backhand, and then Parento trying to have to volley it from there.
Absolutely.
She's winning most of those exchanges.
Yep. And I think, again, that's just an example of Millie not committing to that shot because, there's pressure on her right now, and that's a tricky one.
Again, too good there from Parento. Sends that backhand volley down the line.
And right now, it just kind of seems like Millie can't do anything right. That's it kind of seems like, and that's causing that timeout. So right then, as soon as that last shot went by, at 8-2, she's going to call a timeout, kind of stop the bleeding
100%.
A little bit as much as possible. And I'd like to see if she's going to get some advice from her crew on the table. Georgia Johnson sitting on the sidelines. We'll see if there's any advice there or if she just wants to get in the shade because that sun is coming out right now. It's starting to get toasty out here.
And especially after that rain, it is definitely that heat's going to stay trapped on the court.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. even though it is still pretty early in the day here in Atlanta. We're still in the South.
We are still in the South.
In May, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a court like this is going to be 10 to 20 degrees hotter than what the actual temperature is. People forget that sometimes. It's tough on the feet. It's tough on the body.
100%. Looks like Rain got some advice from her crew, maybe got some time in the shade as well. And Parento is going to serve here within 2 points of taking game 1.
One thing I'm really noticing the difference, Catherine's spacing when she strikes the ball is just always very, very clean. I think where Millie gets caught sometimes, she gets a little too tight on that ball. Great changeup of serve on game point. She puts a little slider in there, and that's game 1 at 11-2.
11-2. Parento looking good. We'll see if Rain is able to respond in the second game. And that is going to come up in just a few minutes after these messages. Game 2 action coming up after this.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
Game 2 about to get underway. Pretty quick break in between the games. And Parento to serve.
They both wanted right back out on the bench, wanted to waste no time and get back out there. We have a fresh ball. As we know with all of our new season, we get a new ball for every game.
Playing with the Vulcan V Pro Flight. That ball, the new official ball of the PPA Tour, as Parento finds the finish there. Again, the nice drop volley there. We've seen that a few times from Rain. We'll see if, like you said, Sarah, she kind of tries to vary up the depth of her shots.
And that it's against the same thing. It's what I was saying earlier, the spacing just isn't there. So Millie's kind of moving forward before she's even finished hitting that ball. What Catherine's doing so well is she's making sure she strikes the ball clean, really loading her legs behind it. That's the kind of shot we need to see from Millie.
Just a dipping backhand there. Great shot from Rain.
And that wind is starting to kick up a little bit. And it feels like it's could help Millie in this one in the direction it's starting to move. And there's another clean. It's a right idea again from Millie, but Catherine is ready for it. And that's kind of what I mean is if we're rushing through balls, we're not really ready for it to come back. Whereas when you kind of get your feet under you and stabilize, you're in a much better position for when it is coming back at you. A lot of our footwork is really about recovery.
And off the net from Parento didn't help make that ball any easier for Rain.
I think that's the first net ball that has gone Parento's way, though.
Right.
So we got to give her that.
And the hands from Catherine Parento, too good there.
And I'm just not sure why Millie decided when she had that ball to go right at Catherine instead of just hitting it soft behind her, go for the passing shot. She had a great play on that. She took it in the air, but Catherine was ready for that speed up.
And that ball rolling off of Grandstand court. Actually almost found its way over to us here in the broadcast booth. We didn't lose that one, though.
Didn't lose that one, yeah. There are definitely plenty of Vulcan balls underneath our bleachers right now.
Just a clean volley from Parento. Didn't try and do too much with it. It's really easy when you have that much court open to just try and get a flashy winner.
And I think this is kind of what we were talking about in the men's match, that, she's kind of question. I think Millie did give that call away. She was looking at her feet, and it did look a little bit deep, but very hard to tell, so she did give it to her. But when we're in that, that's Catherine's hitting kind of a drop shot and going into that dink mentality, which we're talking about in the men's match earlier, is those softer balls that is super beneficial. Millie kind of keeps trying to drive it past Catherine, and it's not successful. So I'd like to see her kind of dipping those balls a little bit more, taking off some of the pace, and trying to create some different opportunity.
We'll see if any tactics change coming out of this timeout with Parento leading 7-2 in game 2. We'll take a quick timeout as well. We'll be back after this.
From the world's most iconic tennis arenas to the glint of an Olympic gold medal, a new court beckons, a new challenge arises. Jack Sock has conquered tennis. Now, pickleball's next. Mastery, precision, passion, that's what champions are made of. And when it comes to pickleball, there's only one company they turn to. Jack Sock's legacy continues with the #1 brand in pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Game 2 action continues with Catherine Parento missing the serve out of the timeout.
That is the second serve we've seen her miss, and kind of like we were saying earlier, it's okay to miss some serves if you're getting a good amount off. And that right there, that's what I'm talking about. Millie hitting some softer shots when she's at the baseline and trying to drive past her. And I'm wondering if she got some of that advice from Julie Johnson on the sidelines in between there. But that is the correct play.
What a great lob in the middle of that point as well.
And again, she's like right there, she loaded so much longer on her legs before striking the ball than she has so far in this match.
And we see that one, like you said earlier, Sarah, didn't go right at Parento, but she went cross court with that passing shot. It's almost like she's listening to you. And we'll get a timeout here from Parento as well. 3 quick points here for Millie Rain. And she is within 2 here in game 2.
I mean, that's the first time Catherine's felt enough pressure to take a timeout, which is showing you something that's working. And again, Millie on the sidelines, Julie is talking to her, Julie Johnson, who's, again, the Johnson family icons, essentially. She was not here earlier on. And so as soon as Julie came, I think around then, Millie called her timeout, which it's important to get that feedback on this side. We don't always have someone on the sideline, but sometimes you just need that. You need someone to tell you, you're being stupid or it's working. You know, it's
right.
It's a lonely place out there sometimes. Even though you know you have the right shot, sometimes you just need that guidance of execution.
100% agree. And Rain is going to serve here out of the timeout. Nice read from Parento. The anticipation, saw Rain was going to go cross court, and she stepped and took that forehand volley. The nice angle there from Rain.
And that's at least she's utilizing that court, which is what she's got to do. She does kind of seem to be going for that drop and then lob. Not quite effective on that one, simply because that drop wasn't there yet. I think it's okay to maybe try a couple more drops before that lob. I think right there, it's the right, like Millie's just crowding that ball. So she's got the right angle she's looking for, but she's just not getting the strike zone where she needs it to be to execute that shot.
Again, just good pressure there from Parento. Knowing the scoreboard pressure, especially being in game 2, could probably make some of those passing shots a little bit more difficult for Rain to hit.
Absolutely, and there's that changeup on the serve again. It was successful for Catherine on the very first time, and it's successful again. And there's that timeout on a match point.
So I want to ask you that question about the changeup of the serve. We've obviously seen it work twice here in this match. Are you a fan of it?
Absolutely. I probably use that about once a game, and it's not always like again, we're talking about the importance of a serve. It does create a lot of opportunities. In my mixed doubles match yesterday, we got 5 returns missed off of our serve in a row, which is crazy. And so I just threw it in there on that last one too. Just it gets them uncomfortable, especially when you have some of these players. You have a lot of players that are newer from tennis, and they're using more extreme grips. So if I'm a little bit too Eastern or something like that, well, throwing in something like that's going to cause them to have a lower contact point is often going to create an error, if not like a higher return.
Right.
So changing that up is huge. It's always like the rule of thumb is don't let them get comfortable.
Of course. We'll see if Parento can close it out here.
And there's that dropper that Millie did on her 2 to 3 times in this match, and Catherine's like, I can do it too.
Just had to wait until match point to show it, of course. But Catherine Parento into the round of 16, 11-2, 11-5 victory over Millie Rain, a victorious return to singles for the number 2 seed. What did you like most from Parento in this match?
I mean, again, like I've been saying this whole match, just solid play. Catherine's footwork is just on point. She's setting herself up for every ball she's hitting. She's not rushing her shots. Her spacing on every ball, especially because she's moving around that backhand and hitting so many forehands, so effective because she's going to be able to pin that ball down the line or across court. She can move it anywhere with that spacing. So I just think she executed those shots so well with that speed and that footwork the entire time.
And that balance helped her book her spot in the round of 16. We're moving back to men's singles for our next match here on Grandstand Court. Quang Duong taking on Tyler Leung, a matchup you're not going to want to miss. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life, best life, best life.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
Oh, no.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Cliff Bar gives you energy, but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear. Sup, future me? And no bunions! How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Lapiplasty. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think we're ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
Ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Typical insurance for every senior. Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same, but not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
Bring it on.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Wow, it's a new look, and it's looking real good. It's a new look, and it's looking real good on you. It's a new look, and it's looking real good.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emmerich et je suis en Jewels Holbrook.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
Tens of thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
And we're back with our 4th match of the day on Grandstand Court here at the Vizzy Atlanta Open. I'm Will Doughton, joined by Sarah Ansbury, and we've got men's singles, the 9-seed Quang Duong taking on the 23-seed Tyler Leung. How are you feeling about this one, Sarah?
I mean, we've seen Quang just do amazing this year. We keep seeing him get more and more experience. He's had some phenomenal wins this season so far. So I think, I think it's going to be a good match. It's he's feeling strong. He's out here warming up a lot, and I'm interested to see this one.
Leung going to serve to start us off.
And there's that lefty benefit. It's always, we don't have a lot of lefties on tour, but I think it's especially helpful in singles.
Just good sequence there from Leung. Like you said, just taking advantage of that lefty forehand.
Yeah, and that right there, that's experience. Yeah, Leung has been around for a little bit longer, obviously, than Quang. And so he is going to know the patterns, I think, be able to make some intelligent plays.
I think one of the challenges is going to be dealing with just the topspin of Duong. Just gets such heavy shots.
Super
from
heavy,
the baseline.
super extreme on a lot of his grips. Right there, just see how well he strikes that ball with a lot of power and a lot of spin.
And it is interesting because you'll see, especially on the backhands, you'll see Leung slice a lot of those. And so sometimes slice going into such a heavy topspin shot can create some difficulties.
Absolutely, especially when your grip is more extreme. We were talking about this in some previous matches. It can change the strike of the ball. Your paddle's facing the opposite direction of where it needs to be. So it's a smart play.
And Duong gets on the board here in game 1. Again, just that dipping forehand, especially when you're moving. Tough to keep track of it.
You can see Leung is trying to create a little bit more space for his return back at that baseline.
Again, just so low over the net are those drives from Duong.
He stays in that shot very, very well. He like we've talked about in previous matches, the ability to just have good footwork, slow down your shots, set them up, and create good striking of the ball. And it does. You can see that Leung is having some trouble with Duong's serve, which it's a strong, solid serve, and he's creating as much space as he can. But I think that kind of going back to, I believe slicing some of these is going to be more beneficial for Leung. There we go. So like right there, that's a shot that I think a lot of, like, you always hear people want top spin, they want all of that action. Well, slice is actually equally important in so many ways, and it's not utilized as much with some players.
I think it's especially true in singles as Leung gets some love off the net. I think a lot of people used to slice, especially backhand returns in singles, and now there's this wave of only hitting like flat topspin, especially on the backhand side.
I mean, I've even found myself in that when I was playing yesterday. I'm like, I should be slicing this. Why am I doing this? And then I started slicing the ball, and good things happen. And so it's easy to kind of roll into what's going on, but it's coming back with what's the intelligent thing to do. A slice is going to create the opposite spin of a topspin. So when you have someone with an extreme grip and they're going super heavy, then forcing them to be more creative with their shots is hugely beneficial.
It was a nice run from Leung, who had a few nice forehands there, but Duong able to find the angle on that backhand.
One thing that's kind of interesting about Leung, if you kind of look at how he holds his paddle, it's a little bit different than what most players. He chokes up a little bit on that forehand side. And that can limit some mobility, but he does adjust it a little bit, allowing him to hit that two-handed backhand when he wants to as well.
And some more love off the net there for Leung.
Just seen it a lot today.
We have seen it a lot today.
And right there, I mean, you see what I really like about Duong too when he goes, he like jumps on top of that ball. He wants to finish that point. He doesn't need to, but he's just getting some extra leverage on it, which really does help put it away.
And that one catches the line for Duong. Shots like that will look like they're going to go out, but then with the amount of topspin, they'll just drop right in.
And we got some breeze behind us too. It's tricky.
I think in response to your point about Leung's grip, it's not quite as extreme, but it's a little bit reminiscent of Callan Dawson.
Yeah.
The way he holds the paddle as well.
Yeah, and he manipulates it probably a little bit more than Callan does. Callan is very strict on how he holds it, but that is exactly what it is. And what we are seeing more with the paddles is longer handles, because it is becoming a more common two-handed backhand with males and females.
What a point.
I mean, very well played. And again, that you're seeing Leung hit those drops, which are going to, pull Duong out of his rhythm and create different strike zones. And that's kind of the big thing is again, manipulating the tempo, manipulating the pace, so that it's causing him to not be hitting the same shot over and over again.
Just the depth there from Duong.
And it almost looked like, Leung was thinking it was going to go out, so he kind of decelerated a little bit, and it just landed right in there. And it's a lot of topspin compared to a lot of other players. I always think of, I was on the court with a racquetball player once, and he was 6'5", and I kept hitting a ball over his head, and he could not understand why the ball kept going in, because in racquetball, topspin does not exist. And he had a play on that, and if I'm Leung, I'm just not letting much go. Duong's not missing many balls right now, but he almost looked like he was going to hit it and just pulled his paddle off.
That point almost looked like a drilling session with just going drive to volley.
Yep.
And
that's an
we
ace.
Just saw an ace in pickleball. Not something you see too often.
And it was clean. There was didn't touch it. Just does not happen a lot. I think again, it's kind of the expectation. It looks like it's maybe going out, and that's kind of been, and that's the other benefit. Even though it's kind of high, it does have a lot of spin on it, so the timing is difficult. So Leung has missed a couple of those volleys coming in. Even whether they're high or they're low, it's still tricky to get that timing.
And Duong will have a game point here.
And there's our first game, just solid across the board from Kwangdong.
He takes it 11-5 over Tyler Leung. He's one game away from the round of 16. Players will take a break and switch sides. We'll take a quick break as well. Stay with us. More coverage from Atlanta coming up soon.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life,
Game 2 action just about to get underway. Kwang Duong took the first one over Tyler Leung, 11-5. It's a pretty solid performance from the 9 seed. Just playing that attacking, aggressive style behind those heavy drives. We'll see if he can have a repeat performance here.
I mean, there it is again, that slice, little backhand dink that is kind of messy. Because if you're with that extreme of a grip, well, when you're going from forehand to backhand, that's a tricky situation. The other thing we see a lot with that is injuries, wrist injuries. And so I've seen that a lot with some amateur players trying to dictate that same thing. And so it's fantastic. And I just want to remind people of the age of Kwangdong. He's he's still a teenager. And so a lot more flexibility there. But that's also kind of when we see these players that have been around a little longer. I know, like, I have to remind myself all the time, use your slice, use it, because it does create a lot of opportunities.
I think it's also with that grip, you know, there's a lot of hours of training and kind of muscle memory, and also forearm and wrist strengthening exercises that have got to go into that. It's not something you can just pick up, you know, and use the first time playing pickleball.
Well, and that's what you're seeing. That's to dink in front of your body with that is almost impossible. And the backswing is a little bit bigger than a lot. So I think that's where some of the spacing, I know players can often not adjust their backswing, and so then they're running into the fence or something because of that. So there's pros and cons to everything, but yeah, the training is important, the awareness of that. But it is something that we're seeing very commonly create a lot of injuries. And again, Leung kind of had a play on that. It looked like he almost did, but what I like, and it's kind of speaking of that grip, because you could see him going for that forehand in front of his body for Leung, and he's able to hide that ball a little bit better because of that position. And there again is that kind of slice from Leung to kind of get a ball that pops up a little bit that he can then put away.
And what a shot from Tyler Leung. The angle on the two-handed backhand somehow stays in the court. Looked like he tried to hit the same spot on the forehand side that time to Leung, but just misses that one wide. As Duong hops over the banners, the barriers, in pursuit of that ball.
You can really see from our angle the footwork of Kwong Dong. He really keeps his weight forward really well on his toes while still balanced.
Just able, we've seen that down the line backhand. He's gotten both of his points off that shot, so we'll see if he continues to try and beat Leung on the backhand side.
And there, Leung taking a lot more time to move around that ball, strike a really nice forehand. Again, kind of try to get Kwong Dong to guess which way he's going to go. And around the post from the baseline.
Again, nice patience there from Leung. It looked like he could have taken it early and tried and go cross court, but just waited on it and forced a tough volley for Duong, who's going to take a timeout here with Leung. A nice rally here in game two. He's got a 3-point lead. It's also worth mentioning in his opening round match yesterday, he dropped the first game against Jonathan Medina Alvarez 11-1, and he came back and won that one. So you talked about it, Sarah. He's very experienced, been around the tour for a while, so he knows how to win, even if he's not exactly sharp coming out of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's something, you can come back from anything in pickleball. One game lost doesn't really mean anything for the next, and often it's feeling it out and kind of getting comfortable. And as long as you kind of, you know you're in it for the long haul, and that's okay, then mentally you can be all right. And sometimes that can be tricky, being a game ahead and then losing a game. And so there's a lot of variables that go into it, but it's a good time to deal. You know, Kwong took his time out, got to his bench. His dad is his coach behind him, giving him a little bit of feedback as well.
15 seconds. 1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
And we'll see if Leung's run will continue here out of the timeout.
5-2.
Great recovery. I mean, he kind of got to recognize he got a little lucky there. He almost fell in, did not, and I think it surprised Leung a little bit on that as well.
Just so good and so smooth from Kwong Duong.
Yeah.
And now Leung having to hop over the banners, going on to Humana Championship Court to retrieve that ball.
And again, just really good footwork from Quang Duong. Like, he's just very stable, not moving too excessively, just creating a lot of time for himself.
I think that's a great point about not moving excessively, because it's so easy, especially when you get a high ball like that, to just want to absolutely rip it.
Absolutely.
And that one stays in.
Got a little motivation from him as well.
What a response out of the timeout from Duong.
I mean, mind you, it's worked. Quang Duong has been able to overpower and hit tons of passing shots by doing just that, but Tyler Leung was ready for that. And as long as he kept going right at him, he was going to win that point.
And going back to that last point, he knew he was just going to use the pace of Duong, and all he had to do was get his paddle on it cleanly to just change direction.
There you go, and that can be overbearing for a lot of players when they're swinging hard at you. Players often swing bigger or want to kind of get into that momentum, but Leung had the right response. He knew that. He knew the harder he swings, the less I have to do.
Right. And again, more love off the tape for Leung. He's not complaining.
Nope. And mind you, just the ability, look at that, what Leung just did on that. He had basically a dink. He took his slice ball and instead of hitting a punch volley, he kind of turned it into a soft dinking shot, which set him up for the next ball. Again, it's just the sign of someone who's got kind of more tools in the belt. So he's going to try to utilize as many of those tools as he can to get the results that he wants.
100%. And if Leung, obviously he has a lot more experience. He's a more decorated doubles player as well. And so if he can get into those cat and mouse rallies, even just like force Duong to hit a shot that isn't a drive from the baseline, I think Leung's going to feel a little bit more comfortable in that position as well.
Absolutely.
Duong does take his second timeout here. Do you like taking it at 8, or would you like to see him wait until 9 maybe?
I think it really, there's just no right answer. And I think that's, for everybody, it may be a little bit different. And sometimes it's, there was a couple points there that just did not go his way, and that's enough. And so sometimes people have a rule, like 3 points and it's a timeout. So I get where he's coming from. It's almost been, that's what he's been doing. Anytime it's been 2 to 3 points, that's it. Doesn't really, it's methodical is what it is. Sometimes it's a feeling, and sometimes it's a tricky thing to call. So I think for him, it was the right call.
We'll see if it pays off here. Even then, sometimes it's just to kind of slow down a player who's gotten into a rhythm, and as we see right there, the missed third from Leung.
I mean, he's down 3 points, which doesn't, again, mean too much. He's up a game, but you don't want that spread to get too big.
And the winner of this match, moving on to Thursday's round of 16. Both these guys do have other matches today, so that also is a factor if this one goes 3 games.
And that's something that's been an adjustment for, I think, all players. It's, you're playing now multiple things in one day. You're not just playing one full bracket, which I know some players really love. They're enjoying that factor of it because they have a start time, they have a court. I appreciate that, to tell someone I play at this time. But that tricky thing is going from singles to mixed to gender.
Right.
It's a different tactics that you're looking at, and it's kind of adjusting quicker than normal. almost wanted that point for Loong. We're not supposed to want it for him, but just because that was he saw it right when that ball landed. It's a tough one. It's tough when you feel like you're giving away a call.
Right.
But you also don't. You want to be sure.
He literally stared at the ball right after he hit the return. He stared at the spot.
And I would almost say it landed at almost the same spot as what he just did. And so that is now Loong is, I'm going to take that timeout. I'm going to stop. That's 3 points.
Right. Sometimes even kind of having a mental lapse of whether or not that ball was in, just kind of looking at the spot during the point. But knotted up at 8 here in game 2. Loong takes the timeout. We'll take a really quick break as well and be back with the latter half of game 2 action. This one's pretty tight. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay with us.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Celac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Quang Duong serving here at 8-8, 3 points away from the victory. A great point out of the timeout for Duong.
I think those are always the toughest points, that one coming out of that timeout, especially if your opponent has called that timeout. It's you want that point no matter what, because it's the percentages don't actually favor you, and that usually that timeout happens. It does stop the bleeding a little bit.
You never want to validate your opponent calling a timeout.
Absolutely.
You know? And we are at match point. This has been a 5-point run for Duong. He's trailing 5-8. Now it's 10-8.
Almost like he knew as soon as he hit that, he had the right plan, but he just popped that ball up a little bit too high, allowing Quang Dong to come in, take it in the air, and very clean up in that last one.
And that's what we've seen, you know, the 4 singles matches we've had on today, just clean performances from the higher seeded players. The 18-year-old gets it done in 2 games. He is into the round of 16. And now on Grandstand Court, our focus will shift a little bit. We've got mixed doubles coming up next. You're not going to want to miss that. Stick around, and we will be back in just a few moments.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Typical insurance for every senior. Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same. But not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
Tens of thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
Wow, it's a new it's looking real good. It's a new look, and it's looking real good on you. It's a new look, and it's looking real good.
I love being an adult because bringing a fruit platter to a party takes on a whole new meaning. Don't tell anyone it's store-bought. Simply Spiked. It's getting juicy.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernies, ATVs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family owned, USA made, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
Welcome to Atlanta, where the best players in the world are about to play. The Vizzy Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech, is brought to you by Baird, the official wealth management partner of the PPA Tour. By Fila, to play like a pro, you need to dress like one. By Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts. By Rain, clean energy for everybody. By Select Medical, the exclusive physical therapy partner of the PPA Tour. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by Skechers, conquer the court in comfort.
And we're switching gears here on Grandstand Court, the Vizzy Atlanta Open presented by Acrytech. Going to mixed doubles. We've got a fun one on tap. We've got Catherine Parenzo and Jack Sock taking on Rachel Retker and Yates Johnson. I'm Will Doughton, joined in the booth by Sarah Ansbury, and this should be a fun one.
Absolutely. I think Catherine and Jack, Team Selkirk over there, they're, like we said in singles, we had Catherine on our court very recently, coming back with a little bit of a break. Longer than most, I think, so she's nice and fresh, and we're ready to go.
In fact, we saw both Sock and Parento on court, both of them winning their singles matches pretty handily.
Pretty handily. Both. And then you got to make that shift from singles to mixed, which can be big. And we have got Yates Johnson on our court, which
one of the Johnson twins, both of them having played tennis at Southern Methodist University up in Dallas. Go Mustangs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful campus there.
And Yates playing with Rachel Retker. This pairing got a good win yesterday over Lena Padigamaita and Zane Navratil in the first round. And both teams kind of feeling each other out these first couple points. Like you said, Sock and Parento, as well as Yates, switching to mixed doubles mode after singles.
I think points pretty short so far. Nothing spectacular. Also kind of trying out things, seeing if they're going to work, seeing what their strategies and tactics might be for the rest of the match. Just that reach that Jack Sock had. It almost didn't even look like he moved to cut across that ball that was in front of Catherine. You feel that massive wind gust that most definitely probably affected Rachel Retker's drop shot right there. It's one of those things that are tricky to come across. That wind picks up, and you have to adjust those shots as well.
And one team is off of zero after what felt like a lot of points for both teams
forever
on zero. But some love off the net for Yates Johnson.
And yeah, now we're seeing Yates kind of step in and take that ball. And what I do like is Yates kind of is letting Rachel take those drops. As sometimes in mix, the guy wants to take all those balls, but essentially by her taking those drops, it's going to allow Yates to get in a little bit quicker and create some opportunities like that.
Just nice aggressive play there from Retker.
And it looked like Catherine read that ball, and I was surprised she didn't counter that the first time it came. She went to block it instead.
And a nice run to start things off here for Johnson and Retker. We'll see if Sock and Parento can get off 0 here.
I think, like you said, it's just getting in that rhythm again. And there it is right there. And that's some of the struggle if when you're crossing on that stack. If you're not ready for that, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities to drive or create it basically like a semi-drop shot that's catching her at her feet as she's coming in.
Like kind of like a hybrid, like drive drop.
Yes.
I feel like we hear a lot of different terms for it.
I always tell my players, especially my tennis players, your third shot drop is like a passing shot in tennis. It's an aggressive shot, but it's a less pace and more spin. It's purposeful. Whereas a lot of players just think about the drop shot getting them to the net. It's a very purposeful shot, and it can be very aggressive. I think there's like 2 types of drop shots, and we do see in a lot of the men's. I've seen Hunter hit a couple of them. It's the drop that you just kind of chip and get to the line, and then it's the kind of offensive topspin drop.
We saw one right there from Yates Johnson.
So it's not quite a drive, but that's the idea. It's get your opponent to hit up on the ball, and especially if they're moving like that, it's getting them caught at their feet. And that's a big swing. I think the only way she was going to win that is she hit Catherine. That was pretty far out wide. But it's the right idea. Trying to put pressure early. And that's kind of more what I expect from Catherine is that counter shot. Especially she's giving herself a little bit of room between the non-volley zone, so she's got room to accelerate into that space.
And we see Yates Johnson can counter it too. He's like, hey, you can do it, Catherine. I can definitely do it too.
He's ready. And that's the thing is Jack Sock's got great reach with that forehand, but they're going to try to do something to stop it. Now he sees every time Jack is going to come in and take that, he's expecting that ball to come at him hard. Oh, what, three net cords at that point alone, but
I don't think we had enough. I think we need a few more.
Okay.
That's the story of the day here on Grandstand.
It is.
So many net cords.
And that ball actually hit the laptop of Will. And it's gone now because it has gone under the bench as well.
Yeah, I think Jack was trying to hit me with that one.
Yeah, we don't get the comfy indoor booth like the grandstand court, the stadium court does.
Of course.
So we're right on that sideline.
And the new ball not treating Yates Johnson too kindly. So that serve goes into the net.
And then
missed return as well.
Missed return as well. So that fresh ball can take a moment to adjust to. And again, that's the second time that Catherine has caught Rachel on the change of sides coming in. And that's great coverage from Rachel Redker. Yates really committing to that Ernie on the court. But again, that's tough when you got 2 players that are ready for that ball. That open court is right behind her.
That's a nice return there from Johnson. Gets the 2-handed backhand. Yep. Caught Sock trying to move around it and hit a forehand of his own, but just too deep in the court.
Absolutely.
Catherine Parento coming alive on that point.
Yeah. And I really like, you see it with Parento and Sock both, when they're counterattacking and attacking, they're getting up on top of the ball. And often we're seeing players, they're trying to attack by staying low. And when you're in those hand speed battles, you want to get high to cut it down to your opponent's feet rather than staying too low and keep hitting up on the ball. And it's a phenomenal drop shot from Yates. And Jack really didn't have any problem with it. He's still able to come into it well. And Rachel Redker, great coverage. And then you're seeing Yates go hit that deep down the line return, which is very effective. That time, Jack had a little more time to move around and take that forehand. We all know he wants that forehand. And anything that Johnson and Redker can do to basically get Jack to be hitting a backhand, that's going to be their goal.
That was a nice put away from Johnson. Looks like he had a chance to Ernie that, but went with the safer play and ended up paying off for them.
Yep, absolutely. He's got himself in a little trouble before, so he made the adjustment.
And a run here for Sock and Parento. So they make it 7-5.
You could just see Jack Sock waiting for that ball, and that's something to kind of recognize, a big pattern of play that is often done is when someone's dropping, that their partner is looking to press forward and poach that shot. They're not waiting for their opponent to come forward.
Right, so we have a nice run here for Sock and Parento. 8-5 lead after being down. I believe it was 2-5. You think they're just settling in, or anything else that you're seeing here, Sarah?
I mean, I think Jack and Catherine are just simply getting a little bit looser. They're striking the ball a little bit better. They're, you know, a little bit earlier on, they're still kind of warming up. You see them be hesitant on a few things, and just their focus seemed to go up a little bit, and just better ball striking, not missing that ball. And you know, you've got Redker and Johnson on the other side. They had a decent start, and they were nice and loose. You can kind of see a little bit of that stress now on their side of the court. So, you know, they've really got to come back in this and just go again and make balls. It's when you're playing a team like Parento and Sock, you just have to make more balls sometimes.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do that coming out of the timeout. With Parento to serve to Johnson. Again, unwinding the stack. I think that's the third time they've gotten, Parento and Sock have gotten a fourth ball miss off a drive.
Yeah, and they really are pinning a lot of balls on Catherine on that return. It's allowing for a few things. It's depending on the angle. So that one worked a little bit better because Catherine's coming from the left side of the court, and Rachel's hitting it down the line, so she's got a little bit more time. But let's say a cross-court return to Catherine or something, that's going to limit their time a little more. And you can just kind of see the frustration on this side of the court. Again, 9-5 doesn't mean much. They're, or 5-9, I should say.
Just good hands there from Sock and Parento. Had a nice play from Retker going across, taking the backhand.
And that's a tricky ball because you've got two players that are ready and they're steady. And so you really have to go for that open space. And if you're going to give up your court like that and poach, you've got to get a little bit more time. And she went right at Catherine Parento, and she was ready to double down on that.
We've got a game point here.
You could feel those wind gusts on those last couple of shots, and
just untimely.
It's just untimely. It's unfortunate, and that gives Parento and Sock the first game pretty steady. First game in 11-5.
Tough start, but they definitely turned it on towards the end. And they're one game away from the round of 16. Game 2 action coming up in just a few moments. We'll see if they can close it out. Until then, stay with us. The number 12 seeds looking strong here on Grandstand. Jack Sock, Catherine Parento take game 1 over Yates Johnson and Rachel Retker, 11-5. Teams have switched sides, and we'll see if the 43 seeds can right the ship here. Looks like the players are ready. Refs may be waiting on one more clearance.
And here we go.
Has turned into quite the warm day here.
Absolutely.
Just north of Atlanta. After the rain especially, and on the court, we talked about it earlier.
I mean, that's not a bad rain delay. One of the best I've ever seen. That looks a little bit more like a point, like a structured point on both ends.
Felt like we didn't get a whole lot of dinking in that game 1. We'll see if these teams slow it down here.
Now already we've seen 2 points, and Sock is kind of looking to speed up that low forehand. So he's getting a little more comfortable with his doubles game, and he's like, hey, we're a game ahead. Let's go for some stuff.
Loves that big wind-up on the forehand as well.
I mean, just a slap on that high ball.
It's just so tough playing against someone like Sock, because anytime the ball is, near his shoulder height, he's just going to be able to completely wind up and slap it like that.
Absolutely. It's tricky because in mixed doubles, really you want to play the whole court just like that. You want to play behind both players so that you're able to open it up a little bit better. And sometimes that's scary when you've got someone like Jack able to reach in. Then it's more likely Retker's going to go cross court to Catherine, and which probably is not the best play. Just it's going to shrink that court way too much.
A couple really nice plays here from Parento, and that earlier points had a nice backhand-to-backhand hand speed battle against Johnson. She came out on top.
And that's the play that we've got to go for. You've got to play behind him a little bit. Rachel has not done that so far this match, but that is the first time, and it worked, so he was not expecting it.
Again, she was ready for that drive, speed up, whatever you want to call it there from Sock. Hard to execute when you're hitting it from below net level.
And that just the time, he took his time on that ball. And because we do expect that around the post to come back. I think that's what a lot of people don't realize all the time. It is going to come back most often. And you've got to be ready for the next one. I have no idea why he let that ball go.
Yeah.
He said that, he's like, why? That didn't even go close to being out. That was 4 feet in, probably solidly.
The face he made said it all.
Yes. Well, there's the net love.
So much of that. I think both times it's been for Yates Johnson in this match.
So that's much better preparation from Rachel Redger. She lost a few points doing that, and instead of just trying to get to that line really fast, she's actually decelerating a little bit. So it's setting her up in a better position to kind of block it and then actually move into counter. And right now it's 3-2, honestly. So I mean, Redger and Johnson are up right now. It doesn't feel like it, though. I will say that in this. It doesn't, the body language on the court, all those types of things, it just doesn't seem like that.
I think to your point, Sarah, after a nice point there from Yates, they're just going to have to outdink them.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what they did. Just waited for Parento to speed it up. Johnson was there for the counter.
Yep.
They get the air.
I think they're going to have a better game if they kind of let maybe Catherine and Jack set up some of those attacks so they can be in a counterattack position. But same thing, she blocked that. Well, it's got to stay down, though. Those dinks and those drops have got to stay down. And it is getting windier. It's a tricky thing right now. And net love the other way, right into that. And look, our score has shifted, which the scoreboard does not seem correct right now.
4-3 now.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. The one on the court, the one on the stream is correct.
On the stream is correct, yes. The court one is a little bit off. Yeah, you see Sock going off the court, moving around to take that as a forehand. He could now take that forehand around the post. He could take it cross court. He could take it down the middle. He could take it down the line. He just has so many options when he does that. Obviously, didn't work out for him in the point, but that is where that benefit comes from.
And that one stays in.
Redger yelling no, and Yates listens. He lets it go. Sure enough. And she touched it, the ball was going out. But again, that's a well-played point now from Johnson and Redger. They're setting up a little bit more. They're taking a little more time. And that's going to give them more options.
We are having some longer rallies here in game 2 as players settle in. Just too much power there from Jack Sock as Yates Johnson heads that one over the net.
kind of got sneaky with that little fadeaway. Why that shot was effective is the slow pace on it. Yates Johnson was looking for a ball that was a little faster, but Jack Sock taking that pace off forced that error. And he was covering his line absolutely perfectly on that one.
Looked like Retker was going for that play where she had gone back behind him earlier, expecting him to try and poach that.
Yeah.
But Sock said, fool me once.
And again, another one of those just forehand rips from Jack Sock, and kind of Rachel's thinking it's going long, but suddenly now it's a very different game in this second game with Jack Sock and Catherine Pronto just feeling everything's working right now.
100%. We will get a timeout here from Johnson and Retker. We'll take a quick timeout as well midway through game 2. More action coming up after this. We're in game 2 here of this mixed doubles matchup, round of 32. Catherine Pronto, Jack Sock have gone on a bit of a run here in the second game. We'll see if they can close this one out, playing Rachel Retker and Yates Johnson. And what a lob there from Jack Sock. Yates Johnson tries to go for the tweener, but no good on that one. And what a point there. Sock goes for the lob. That one not quite staying in. Great hands from Johnson to respond to that attack from Pronto to get the rally back to neutral. Let's see if Retker and Johnson can go on a run here. Johnson had a look at that. And 2 points away here for the 12 seeds. just back is that return from Retger. And match point here for Sauk and Parento, looking to make the round of 16. And that one going to be just long. And Jack Sauk, Catherine Parento booked their spot into Wednesday's action with an 11-5, 11-4 victory over Yates Johnson and Rachel Retger. That's 2 wins now for Sauk and Parento. They both had singles victories earlier on Grandstand. Both of them will play men's and women's doubles later on today. Next up on Grandstand, more mixed doubles. We've got Lacey Schneeman and Tyson McGuffin taking on Paris Todd and Hunter Johnson, the second Johnson brother we will have on Grandstand today. Stay tuned for that. Action coming up in just a few minutes.
Ever notice how seniors and health insurance commercials all look the same? Because all of these companies see us the same, but not Humana. They see me.
Humana.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride. Wow, it's a new look, and it's looking real good. It's a new look, and it's looking real good on you. It's a new look, and it's looking real good.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my. Bring it on.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
Play. Hard. For fun. To win. To live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
The Vizzy Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech, is brought
to Vizzy, singles player of the day. Right, we're here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by the Acrytech Sports Surfaces. We are getting ready to watch. What match is coming up here for us?
Well, thank you for having me first.
Yes.
And we're about to watch a new partnership with Schneemann and McGuffin. I'm not sure if I've ever seen them play together, but I think they're going to be a great team. And I guess they had the bye in the first round. And they're playing Todd and Johnson, who won yesterday. I'm assuming indoors because all the rain we had.
Yes.
Against Pace and Walker, which was a good win.
Was it a great?
It was
That's a solid win over there.
That's a solid win.
Yeah.
Right there.
Pace is a phenomenal player.
One of the most talented
court,
players on court.
Okay, let's start. Let's get this match rolling.
All right, here we go.
An early return error. Do you think any of that's tied to jitters?
Of course. Nervous. first game is hardest. And they haven't played, right, yet? Yeah, so that was tough.
Mm-hmm. It's their very first match of the tournament.
Here we go. And Schneemann with her very fast hands. That's the one thing.
Quick hands.
Oh
Is she looking to speed it up early then?
All the time. Her hands are super fast, and she's going to look to use it. Again, those fast hands.
That's a great example right there. He sped it up. It looks like it's going to be a risky shot to take.
Yeah, speeding up at Lacey anytime is risky.
That's a great lead. Looked like she had a little miss-hit return in there.
Well, I think the wind picked up in the last few minutes, and she misjudged how fast the ball was coming at her. both ladies on this court are incredible singles players as well.
Yes. Do you think we'll see then a lot of singles style almost mixed in with some doubles play?
I mean, they speed up, they go fast. I think the wind is playing a role in there again. But
Definitely, they're definitely giving some free points away right now, and that's something you really want to try and avoid,
And
right? Those
doubles.
free points, and you know they're going to dial it in here. We're going to see some points going
Oh,
though.
well. There's this big backhand coming in.
She wasn't quite set up, it looked like. She hadn't quite made it up, and he sped it up on
He
her,
went-
dipped pretty
yeah,
low.
He got a pretty low one.
What do you think about that? Nice dink rally.
Yeah, nice dink rally. I think they're still finding their timing, and I cannot say that the wind is going one way. I think it's sort of swirling down there. And oh, that's great. That's great. That's incredible point. What a great point there.
That was a fantastic point. The speed up, actually caught me off guard. Didn't look like it was there. It looked like it was a little below the net.
It was.
And he was able to turn it with two-hand or backhand on that?
I think he had one hand,
Okay,
but
okay.
he found her body where she just could not get out around it.
Jammed her.
Paris ready for that one.
She was waiting on that.
Yes, Paris was ready.
That's a great leave on
Wow.
Tyson's part. Let that sail a little bit wide.
That's great eye.
Mm-hmm. Those are tough, I think,
Oh,
to
wait,
let go.
they call it in? No, they call it out. It goes out.
Yeah, yeah.
That was right.
Those are tough to let go for me. Those ones going wide, I'm a little scared.
There's no way. I'm swinging at it.
Mm-hmm.
Paris playing very aggressive right now.
Mm-hmm. And
I think also a little bit they are they've played with each other way more, and they seem very comfortable. They know what each other's doing.
it is amazing how much a partnership you kind of anticipate who's taking what ball without really even having to communicate it. What, you think that gives you a pretty good advantage?
I think it's a huge advantage. I feel like teams that have been together longer have that, can play, under pressure together well, can play in the beginning together well. And when you're just starting with somebody, you kind of have to get to know them and learn them, and you're thinking about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thinking about, is he going to take it, not take it, is she going to take it? Yeah.
But, I mean, Tyson and Lacey will find a way. They're incredible players.
Absolutely. They're solid. They're smart. Great lead, good communication. I love the communication amongst partners when they, hey, he called her off. She was probably going to anyway, but it doesn't hurt. Say it.
Doesn't hurt.
You're
Yell
out there.
I always say, yell at me.
Yeah. Just confirm my decision. That's a great lob in this wind.
That's a great one.
Pulled her off.
That was very smart.
Because it looked like he was anticipating the center
He
shot.
was. He was. And Paris been playing very aggressive, so Lacey just pushed her back. Very smart. The serve sails long.
Just caught her on the
This
shoulder.
time.
And it's such a deceptive shot.
I don't know if that ball was going long or not, but Schneemann just could not get out of the way.
That's a great target, right? Great target's the shoulders. Tough to get your paddle up, tough to decide, am I going to hit it, not hit it?
Players are always waiting for a low ball because that's basically what you're trying to make them hit a low ball. So to get them in the shoulders is a very good target if you can disguise it.
It's great court positioning
It
by
was.
Johnson. Great court positioning. Just couldn't pull it, get it back over the net, lift it over the net.
Todd's ball went a little higher than she wanted to. Again, I think that was the win. The ball kicked in the last minute. They got the serve back.
Kind of works that wind gets down in this kind of a bowl.
I think so. It
kind of
swirls.
gets lost.
I mean-
Starts swirling around.
On the line over there.
That's a fun exchange. Yeah. Love McGuffin's
Incredible.
anticipation there. That was incredible hand speed by
And
every player.
Every player was it was an incredible point.
I really thought.
McGuffin's fire pulled it off.
Mm-hmm. You mean a little fire out of McGuffin? No.
Sometimes. It was very well placed by Todd. Schneemann moved to the left, but she found
Schneemann,
it.
she kind of had to guard that line, right?
yeah,
And so that
she
opens
wanted her
up this
backhand.
left shoulder a little bit.
There goes the incredible hands again.
I agree. That was an amazing, just perfectly placed shot.
Incredible.
You know, she anticipated, she came in, and then she crushed that ball.
She crushed it. She knew what she was going to do with that ball,
Mhm.
and she disguised it. She could have gone any way she wanted.
Yes, she had choices. She chose the right one.
She did. Oh, okay.
That's a little bit of trouble. That's a nice finishing overhead by Johnson. Anticipated it.
It was gutsy to pull that lob by
Mhm.
Schneemann. Not a bad changeup. I actually liked Todd serving a loopy serve for a changeup there. I think she felt like the game was going too fast, and she slowed it down.
I agree. I think that's a great point. She has slowed it down to a loopy serve. I do think it allows her, you know, maybe a little more time, makes the opponent think a little bit.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nice finisher. He found the hole in the middle of McGuffin and Schneemann. I wonder if we're going to see them start to tighten that up as they play together a little more. What do you think?
So it's popping up a little high. I mean, we cannot take it away, the incredible footwork that Johnson is displaying right now.
There's a shot he wishes he had back.
Yes. From all the other points he made, he missed that one. But
Yes.
It was a very good point by Schneemann. Wow, there's the big serve.
That's a fast point. Yeah, McGuffin has got a fantastic serve, which was what makes him a great singles player, right?
Does he call it a Ferrari forehand? That is a good backhand right there. 8-all. We got tight game.
We are all tied up at 8-all. Keeping us on our seats over here.
Yeah. Let's see.
You feel that energy?
That energy's coming up. They're really into it. Schneemann sort of had that on her paddle. She hesitated a little bit. That is, again, those hands.
They're phenomenal. I mean, and Schneemann she took her time. So many people want to just crush the first one. She waited till it was really there to finish it up.
That was a great play. It's very smart.
What do you think happened there? What's your thoughts on that?
That's the new partnership mistake right there. You can see.
Nobody said anything, right?
It was, I guess Schneemann is used to a guy taking that, and McGuffin thought it was her backhand, and she should just take a swing at it, and nobody yelled anything.
Nobody said a word. And I wonder, too, do you think maybe Schneemann thought possibly that was going to be long?
It was quite in, so maybe.
Maybe, but the wind's swirling.
There's a few, but I mean they're very in this. They're
absolutely.
only 2 points, trailing by 2 points.
And they called the timeout. I would guess that McGuffin and Schneemann called the timeout. They're down 8-10. Do you think we're going to see any changes coming out of the timeout? Any different?
I expect McGuffin's energy to go way up right here, and maybe a little tighter things and drops by Schneemann. Let's hope so.
Okay. I mean, we know a lot of McGuffin's energy is his fire, wouldn't you say, on the court? His fiery personality, his fiery play. And
I always wonder if McGuffin is the same on and off the court, always energized, always on fire.
Maybe.
Maybe. Here it is. And that was a great little roll by Schneemann. Tighter, lower, that was great.
And that's exactly what you're looking for out of the timeout, right? You want to get the
good
ball
one.
back.
Right here. There was a yell right there.
There was a yell, but you know what? When you're still hitting a finisher, you say, it was just a suggestion.
It was just a suggestion.
Just a suggestion.
Oh, he wants that one back.
Yes, he does. I feel like Johnson's, you know, he's rushing a little bit, but they're winning, and so maybe it's that speed that's really keeping him in the lead.
Yeah, he's trying to be fast. He's trying to.
Whoa. I think that was a little wind assist on top of a hard hit ball. What do you think?
The wind grabbed that one. Wow, that went flying. It almost knocked Johnson on his. Incredible. That was very good. Again, talking about taking her time, she could have gone anywhere and kept Johnson guessing. I love that.
That's a great thought. You see that ball, it didn't quite come. There is game one here between Schneemann and McGuffin and Todd Johnson. And we're here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by the Acrytech Sports Surfaces.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emmerich et je suis en joueuse Holbrook. All right, we are starting game two with Todd and Johnson winning the first game 11-9 over Schneemann and McGuffin.
Last game we saw about 3 or 4 points. McGuffin and Schneemann lost because of the wind, so I'm wondering if...
That's an interesting thought. This end change, how much is the wind going to be a factor out here?
Yes.
That's a good question.
And they were only 2 points apart in the last game, so I wonder if the wind will assist them this time.
Mm-hmm.
Great defense by Todd and Johnson. The last point was a little too hard, but I like how she was trying to slow the point down and make them work for it.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Net tipper. I mean, you love him when you hit him, right?
I love it
I mean,
when
not
I
hit the player, but when you get the net cord, it's in your favor. It's nice, right?
And there was very confident, I'm very sorry.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
So here we go.
That was a great pickup on McGuffin's part.
That was a great pickup, but that two-handed Johnson's backhand is lethal.
We're really starting to see so many players switch to that
Two-hand,
two-handed backhand.
In men, that's what I'm starting to see in men.
That's what I was thinking as well, getting into it on the men's side. Of course, a lot of the ladies brought it to them, you know, from tennis.
Well, that was one. Well, she did warn him.
She did warn him. You know, Tyson just had plenty of time to turn it and hit it any place he wanted to. And of course, he's using that new Yola paddle. It's got, you know, a little power, a little pop to it, and he already hits with a tremendous amount of power.
Does.
So,
is that the Magnus he's using? Nope.
You know, I'm uncertain the name of the paddle, and it should
Yeah.
be something I know. I'll have to look it up real quick. I know that I like that it's pink.
It's a great color.
Uh-huh.
It's a great color.
And it is the Magnus. You are absolutely correct. And look at you. I should have just said yes.
It looked like a Magnus, but I think Yola has like 6 different colors now. I get confused.
Mm-hmm.
Is Lacey also using the new Yola? Oh, Schneemann? I can't see
think
it from
she's
here.
on an older.
I can't see it from here.
Yeah, I can't tell for sure either. Yeah. She probably is using the new propulsion core.
See, that was the wind. On the other side, the ball was dropping, but I really like how Johnson and Todd are holding the ground even from this side. Great serve.
That serve is phenomenal.
That was
That's
a great
something you
serve.
really kind of want to see, don't you? When you're shooting for, and you're a singles, you know, expert here, but when you're shooting singles or doubles, where do you want that serve to be?
Deep and make it hard for them to come in. I do risk my serve. That was a payback for the other net cords.
Love those net cords.
Like, Schneemann didn't even bother saying sorry, really. It was payback. You gotta risk your serve to some degree. Less in doubles, more in singles, but sometimes to go for it. And you know, we saw
risk,
2
you
great
mean
serves right
depth,
there.
Depth, power. I think doubles, you know, in my opinion, number one thing for most players, get it in play.
Absolutely.
Get it in play.
Get it in play. Unless
Deep.
you're Tyson, then you serve like that.
Mm-hmm. Love the court positioning.
That was
there.
a good positioning. What we saw there, I think Paris speed up too soon. If he would have dropped maybe 1 or 2 more times, just McGuffin was so ready. Again, a great serve right there.
He's got a phenomenal serve. It's one of the many things he's known for. And, okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
wasn't, but like my paddle was going up. I was gonna knock.
We have.
No, yeah, they'll be in commercial right now.
No.
All right, we are here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open presented by Acrytech. We just got to see the finish of that three-game match. What a nail biter between Schneeman and McGuffin and Todd and Johnson.
Todd and Johnson had it 11-1. They really found their rhythm in the end. They really went aggressive, and they were winning every short point, and they kept hitting the ball really hard.
That was a great play. Coming up, we have Andre and Yi Wang coming on up for this next match here in Atlanta.
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
I love being an adult because bringing a fruit platter to a party takes on a whole new meaning.
Don't tell anyone it's door bought. Simply Spiked. It's getting juicy.
Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
All right, you have Christine Barksdale and Salome Davidze here courtside, Grandstand Court here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech Sports Surfaces. We want to give you an update. We are waiting on the match of Waters and Peranto versus Hendry and Yu Wong. Yu Wong is out playing a match right now, so when she gets that all wrapped up, we are going to see her back out here on the Grandstand Court. What do you think, Salome? What are we going to see?
I think Amanda is lefty, so Waters and Peranto are going to get a slightly different look. There's not that many lefties out there, and Yu Wong, I know, hits the ball hard, hits the ball flat. They will come out swinging, I think, and they will play. I think they're going to play their hearts out. Yu Wong is very warmed up as she's playing her mixed doubles as we speak. I hope she doesn't get too exhausted there and comes out and gives it a good match, but one thing you can say, her timing will be on and she'll be ready to go.
All right, so fans, I think we've got some fun ahead of us. You may want to tune in right now over to Championship Court. I believe that match is off and running, but make sure you tune back here if you're looking for the Waters Peranto Hendry Yu Wang match. They are ready, and we are going to be. It's going to be interesting because Waters and Peranto, this will be their first match here in Peachtree, Georgia.
And Hendry Yu Wang got to play yesterday. Indoors with the rain, but they still have one match under their belt.
All right, so we are set. We look forward to having you all back here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech Sports Surfaces. Look to see you soon.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Oh, ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Cell-Lock Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder. Why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
There's nothing better than a game. A great tasting Miller Lite.
It's less filling, Miller Lite. Tastes great.
Never understood this argument. Let it be both. Miller and Miller. I like it.
The Vizzy Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech, is brought to you by Vizzy, a flavor for every vibe. By Acrytech, the official surface of the PPA Tour. By Deep Eddy Vodka, dive in. By CIBC, ambitions made real. By Oh Snap, the perfect snack in a snap. By Lifetime, your life, your time. By Franklin, the official paddle of the Vizzy Atlanta Open. And by Carvana, serving happiness all season long.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Big it up, big it up. Yo,
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana. At Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new, completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community. Finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Hey, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my. Bring it on.
Pack all the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
When you choose a Blue Moon, everything becomes brighter. Crafted with Valencia orange peel and coriander, Blue Moon is made brighter.
There's nothing better than a game. A great tasting Miller Lite. It's less filling, Miller Lite. Tastes great.
Never understood this argument. Let it be both. Miller and Miller. I like it.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life, best life, best life.
When you choose a Blue Moon, everything becomes brighter. Crafted with Valencia orange peel and coriander, Blue Moon is made brighter.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life, best life, best life.
We are Selkirk. We are pickleball.
Pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball.
All ages, family, friends, dinks, drives, Ernie's, ATVs, and whatever this is. 10 years in and just getting started. Here and not going anywhere. We are you, and you are who we work for. Family owned, USA made, pickleball proud. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
All right, you have Christine Barksdale here with Salome DeVidze, singles player extraordinaire today, but she is out here commentating with me courtside at the Grandstand court here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech Sports Surfaces. Hey, I'm excited this match we have coming up. We have Waters and Pronto, #1 seed, Waters and Pronto versus Hendry and Wang.
Hendry
Wang.
and Wang.
She corrected me.
Yes,
yes.
We're learning her name.
We're learning her name right now, Wang. So what do you think we're going to see out here?
I like this matchup because it is a new faces for Pronto and Waters to play, and that's always fun. We're going to see Hendry is lefty, and she has gotten really, really much better in the last year. She's going to try to play long points, and it's going to be drops and dinks, and she's going to pick her spots and pick her times when she wants to attack. Wang has a tennis background, and I think she likes to drive, she likes to play, but we've seen her improve over the last year and a half that she's been playing, and both are tremendous players, so I'm expecting to see a great match right here.
I think it's going to be an interesting combo because, as we know, Waters loves to speed the ball up, use her two-handed backhand, attack down the middle, do a lot of things. I think it's going to be an interesting, concept, as you mentioned, for Hendry, right? She likes to slow the ball down.
And with her being lefty, she likes to cover that middle that Waters and Pronto speed up so much into. I think it's going to be... And I also think in the beginning, Waters and Pronto will sort of play a little slower and try to fill them out and see what kind of player these two players are. Okay. I'm excited about this.
And it's interesting. We know that Waters and Pronto are here, looking for title number 5 in their campaign. Number 5. They've got one single loss in 24. It's my understanding.
It was a tough day at work.
right. So, they've got to be feeling pretty confident, coming into this. But as we mentioned earlier, Wang just got off the court, so she is warmed and ready, as you said, has things dialed in.
She's warmed up and played. And this team, they played yesterday. First match for Pronto and Waters. It will be interesting to see if they're going to come out completely swinging or are they going to fill their opponents out and play. I know they're feeling confident, and I'm hoping for Hendry and Wang to give them a run for their money.
Yes, I agree. I would love to see, just kind of that soft game. See how it's going to fare with Waters. Now, Pronto, she can dink all day. So, could be an interesting strategy. I really think Pronto moves well on the court and also is an excellent soft game player when she needs to be.
Pronto is probably one of the most talented players in pickleball today. and she has great hands. As you know, we talked about hands earlier, and has great hands. She can roll, she can dink, she can drive. She needs to.
We're a very well-rounded game.
Very well-rounded.
Very well-rounded.
Very well-rounded.
You know, and I like to say my claim to fame is I got to play my her very first tournament ever. Got to play with Catherine at the U.S. Open.
Wow. That is incredible.
Somehow she surpassed me. I don't know what happened.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened, but
every time I play her, I say I don't know what happened.
But I do. I love her energy and her spirit that she
Yes.
brings to the court. And the thing I first noticed about her is how low she gets, and that's important. You know, so many rec players, they come out and they really think the pros. They speed the ball up. They do all this, but they're, as we mentioned, they set the ball up. But I do love, you know, her ability to dig has a lot to do with how low she plays. Bends her knees, uses her quads. You know, it's really quite impressive. It allows you to.
Very impressive. She stays really low, uses the ground like nobody else out there, and builds a point. Now, talking about staying low, hopefully we'll get to see a couple digs that you'll see Amanda Hendry do. I practice with her, so I know. Amanda played lacrosse in college, and she was a goalie, so her ability to stay low is very impressive. Let's see.
That's an interesting concept. You're going to expect some fast hands out of her if she was a goalie.
Yes.
Right? That's going to be an interesting comment. Looks like we're getting started here.
Here we go.
With Waters and Peranto to serve and start out this match. We're here in beautiful Peachtree, Georgia.
Here we go. A little nervous start over there.
Bound to be. You're
Yes.
the 25th seed playing the number 1 seed.
Yeah, on a big screen.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this low thing that I was talking about.
Yes, we got you.
And you can see Wong she was completely warmed up as she's played the match right now.
It makes a big difference.
Yes.
As I'm sure you can attest.
Absolutely. Oh, she had that.
One thing, I just saw an excellent example of Peranto and Waters as they moved in together as a team.
Yes. Great coverage, great APP. That was very good.
It was.
But it was a great point. Those two are holding their.
They did. They held their own. They played
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
You know,
wonder if the wind is going to play a role in this, just like we saw it in the last match. It feels like it's calmed down a little bit.
I can vouch for the fact that it's not quite as windy. I had some papers
Some
here on the
paper are
dixer,
staying on
and
the
I was
table.
having to weight them down. Now they're sitting here pretty calm, so I'm not expecting the wind to be as much of a factor in this match. She's missing that just a little bit wide. It felt like she got just a little tiny bit jammed, didn't quite catch the ball out in front of her.
It's a little bit probably playing first time. It's intimidating playing Leigh Waters, who is covering so much court. You go for the lines. That's the left hit coverage right there in the middle that usually gets to the opponent's backhand.
Right, and I usually at that point say, are you still a lefty? When I continue to hit to that spot.
I was just double checking.
I love that turn.
That is a great point.
What we saw was Leigh and Catherine. They actually got pushed back off the kitchen line, but
It was a great
Waters,
defense.
Waters
Great
hit
defense.
a perfect drop, and they followed that back in and got back in and took over the point.
That was a great defense. Too high. Yeah.
and something they're using something smart. Working with a lot of players, so many think you should just run up to the net. You need to approach safely on good shots.
And every high ball, you don't have to hit it as hard as possible. You can place it a lot of times.
That is also a great tip.
You don't have to, flat out winner every single time.
Right?
If you take 2-3 balls, it's okay if you take 2-3 balls.
Exactly.
I think we're having wind come back right now.
Looks like Wong was ready for that.
Wong just looks ready. More ready than anyone else on the court right now.
I agree.
Oh. 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 There's a lot of things that are going on at that point. A lot of things happen in that point.
I liked what Wong did early on. She was actually trying to roll behind Waters and set herself up.
Very smart.
And you're right, Waters just looking to be that powerhouse down the center, whether she's on the right or the left. We're going into a time out here in the match, and we're seeing some really, really good points as these players are really starting to feel each other out. Let's see, what do you think is gonna play differently or come out differently from either of these teams? Of course, with Waters and Pronto having the lead, they may not need to make any adjustments yet.
I think they still will. I think they're gonna come out maybe a little faster, a little harder, because they felt it out a little bit. I want to see Amanda probably get a little bit more aggressive, and Wong is playing aggressive and smart, and Amanda to go with it. They're playing great. I mean, just a few balls here and there. They're really holding their own, so let's see.
I like it.
Energy.
Energy is a huge part of the game.
Energy is a huge part of the game.
Yeah, I have a quick question. How'd your singles match go today? Tell me about energy.
It was a slow energy start match.
Okay.
But then I found my rhythm, found my timing. I missed a few tournaments, so I haven't played for a while. I took a little break, so I was a little rusty out there. But I found it. I found the timing, and I pulled it out in 3. So I'm happy that I'm happy I got one extra game for tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And we're back at 4-0-2. And that's a finisher out of Pronto.
That roll that Pronto has is quite magnificent.
Is that what created that opportunity?
That created that the first ball in there was what set up that point. Great hands from Waters.
And she's anticipating that. It's a little bit of a risky move, I feel like, on Hendry's part to speed the ball up at her.
At her backhand too, from all the shots. It was a little risky. I think we know Waters likes her backhand, but sometimes you just have to pull it just to make her think about next point maybe.
Those were some phenomenal digs out of Hendry.
It was incredible digs, and she got low. The one thing I'm noticing right now, Pronto and Waters' team are playing much tighter to the kitchen line than the Wong and Hendry. Even the rolls. Oh, that was the lefty right there. That's the lefty.
They definitely caught Waters and Pronto off guard a little bit. And I love she kept the ball low down the center.
Yeah,
make them
very
think.
Smart. Make them think. Make them choose.
I think we're seeing play out what you talked about is they're trying to speed it up a little bit more often, setting themselves up. You know, as their speed ups, they're not going for the winner. They're looking for the second ball winner.
I think the way you watch a lot of pros and, you'll say, oh, that dropped. That was a great point. I love that point. You'll see a lot of, when they speed up, the pros and the good teams, the speed up is just the beginning of the point. The speed up is not the winner shot. Speed up, another speed up, and then it's going to go for a winner.
They're creating opportunities. Oh, look at that. Look, I love the smile on Pronto.
She always smiles.
But you're right. It's so many people don't realize that it's the setup.
Yeah.
It's the shots 2 or 3 before that get you the winner.
That's a great roll. Very impressed with Wong's hands. great point.
It was,
Yeah,
that was a
nothing you
good
can do
point.
about that. That's a great point.
I think the only thing you can think is try to keep it soft, keep it low. But as you said, Waters is really looking to speed the ball up, and you got to have your paddle out and ready. You can't have it tucked in. You can't have it below the net. You got to be out and ready for those.
Their defense, Henry and Wong. Their defense, like, I mean, that was hard, but their defense has been very good. They are maybe speeding up a little too quick.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. But you're right, their defense is looking really, really good. They're staying low, keeping their paddles out front. They're up against a pretty good team.
Yeah, they're okay. That move, at some point I'm going to ask Catherine if her knee ever gets scratched, because she gets her on her knees.
She plays very low.
Wow.
What a beautiful poach there by Leigh Waters, as we have seen her do a few times over her career.
And it's we're having a little accident here. A little drink
The
spill.
wind has picked up, folks.
Wind has picked up. That poach that Waters has makes players play way more risky, and that is a huge part of their success.
It's intimidating, right? You know, you have to be so careful because you never know when she is going to jump across and grab the ball with it, you know.
And then you're thinking, let's go for the line, let's go for a low ball, and then ball clips the net or goes inch wide.
And in this wind, it's very difficult to play the lines.
It is. I'm not sure if that ball was staying in where Catherine hit, because she was not staying in the court.
When you're in the moment, though,
Why
finish
not?
it and go.
Go for it, swing. It feels good.
In the moment.
It feels good. Oh.
And that's a good leave. And you notice it was a silent. They didn't have to speak. They've played together so much. They both knew that ball was going to go out.
Yes.
And they just let it go.
That's the team playing, you know, how many, 5 titles together? That's
They're shooting for their 5th title this year.
That's a good point. I think, I'm not completely sure on this, but Wong and Henry are a new partnership.
Okay.
I think that I'm not.
I like the looks so far. I like their combo. I really like the looks of their team. You know, that was just a beautiful, kind of almost a drive drop.
That was such a drop. And it's coming in the air. You don't even know if it's going to drop or going to keep going straight. What a pickup by Wong there.
That is game 1 here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open. That is game 1 here between Pronto and Waters and Henry and Wong.
Yeah.
And what do you think we're going to see coming out of this?
We're going to see Pronto and Waters swing even harder. I think the nerves will come down and Henry and Wong will start to make more put-away balls because their digging is incredible. Then they've had 3 or 4 put-away balls they missed. I think those balls will start to go in.
Okay.
And,
see,
the wind will change.
Yeah, the wind is changing. But let's see after break what we have in front of us.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
And we are back in the round of 32 with number 1 seed taking on number 25 seed. Pronto Waters won game 1, 11-1.
That was a great leave.
It was a great leave.
That not left that.
That ball barely went out, you know. And man, you turn and watch, and you really hope it goes out.
Yes. The drop went a little higher than Amanda was hoping. Henry. But they're on board, so here we go. Good digging, good digging.
Again, they're making some great defenses against a very solid, tough team that puts a lot of pressure on.
A lot of pressure.
So these girls are really doing a fantastic job. These ladies are doing a fantastic
they're
job.
Holding their own.
And they're holding their own.
All right, everybody found their place. Wow, what a drive. Right through straight top line.
I love that deep loopy return, especially when you're switching at lefty-righty team. Love that deep loopy return. It buys you all kinds of time to get into the net.
You need that return. If you're switching sides, you need it to buy yourself time. There it is.
A little tweener.
Oh, made her pay for it.
That two-handed backhand definitely was hit with some force.
They are swinging harder this game, definitely.
They're, having a little bit of fun, but I do like that they're being tested. These points aren't easy while they're...
A little bit bounce there, but she was going for it.
She definitely was.
There was no holding back.
I like it.
That was a good setup. That was a much better setup.
It was smart. She pushed Pronto back a little bit, which got her in the defensive position, and they went for the finisher.
Oh, she was so close.
She was there and ready. Just a miss.
There's a smile on her face. She wants that one back.
And yes, you absolutely do. But you also got to let it go, move on, and go for it again.
100%. They had just such a good placement. Parento had such a good placement. She could have dropped that really short, but instead she chose to go kind of halfway. It was beautiful.
She rolled it right to her feet.
Yeah.
To Wang's feet. Nope, to Hendry's feet. Hendry's feet.
Yeah.
My thoughts are on this. This is not easy because I would like to see them stay out of the firefights with Waters and Pronto.
I think they want that too.
It's just tough because Waters and Pronto are bringing the heat right now. And it's tough to kind of block and soften those balls. It's doable, but it's not easy. You get into that firefight and it's kind of fun.
Waters and Pronto are speeding up so much right now that it's almost impossible to get anything else. There again. Oof.
I love that Wang just went deep back to Annalie. It can be risky because if you pop it up a little bit, she's going to come in and maybe take a volley. Yep. Nice angle off of the court by Pronto. Oh, they lost the ball behind the advertisement.
The ball is missing?
Yep, looks like we're going to get a new win.
Let's get a new ball in.
And we have a beautiful day here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, and we are in Game 2 in this women's doubles match.
Great speed up.
One thing I noticed in that point is Waters and Pronto definitely kind of picking on backhands. They're hitting these angles. They're hitting wide. They're not hitting down the center right now.
They stopped hitting down the center. The one thing that also I noticed is court positioning in the second game. Waters moved so much more towards the middle. Let's watch this point, but I think she's covering the middle way more.
than
the first game. Little mistakes here.
There's little mistakes. You know, if she was able to get in, maybe grab that out of the air.
Yeah.
Tougher. She had to let it bounce, but you know, she was still going for a great shot.
Was that going long?
It seemed like possibly it was going to go long.
I think that was going long. I'm not a... Sometimes you have to do it. I'm not a big fan of dropping in doubles. It almost gives the opponent's team a pass.
She invited them up to the net, and they had
That's what I feel
back
like.
playing a little defense. And with these ladies' speed, they're going to get to it.
Great defense, but again, they're just team is the only thing. The thing with Waters and Brenda, not only are they incredible positioning, incredible spots, they're so consistent.
Absolutely. I mean, consistency is huge in this sport. And it looks like we're at a timeout right now, which I think is a well-placed timeout by Hendry and Wong. And so, you know, we're getting a little bit overcast here, but come back, folks. We're still in game 2 here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open.
Tens of thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
And we are back from the well-placed timeout. As you say, we get 2 timeouts, and you cannot take them with you.
Really?
So always good to use them, even if you just change a little momentum. Give it a shot.
But you're playing out there, and sometimes you're like, you know it's the right time to take a timeout, and you're playing, and your mind is like, nah, not really. But it is. It helps so much. It resets your mind, and you can get to hit shots like that.
Right.
You're completely right.
You can take it, right? But I do think if you're feeling it and you look at your partner and say, hey, can we take a timeout? I think you should take it.
Yes. If there's any doubt, you should
yes.
take it.
If it's on your mind, go for it.
Oh. And they got 2 great points.
Yeah. Right?
Very well
they got
played.
the ball back here. We're now at 2-8 in game 2.
Again, they're really, Wong and Henry are really seeing the court very well. They're seeing the opponents. The main thing is the opponents are just too tough.
Starting to see a few raindrops here with this kind of large dark cloud overhead.
Let's hope it passes.
Let's do. We want to see more women's doubles.
Again, just too good. They find the placements. Maybe a little speed up was a little too early. Maybe a few more drops and then speed up.
Yeah, I'd like to see them play softer a little bit longer. I mean, they're playing against a team that puts a ton of pressure on. I feel like we're going into a rain delay here, folks, at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Open. Yep, we're in rain delay.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear. Sup, future me? And no bunions! How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Cliff Bar gives
just was. I'm like, I wonder who Natalie is.
Can't always get out to eat anything I want.
Good to play?
I am Christina's here. Salome will be right back, so we're good to go. You right? That's what we used to stayed around, so I think we're good. Okay, sounds like a game plan. All right, Christine Barksdale here with Salome Vizzy. We are coming back out of a brief weather delay here in Peachtree, Georgia, at this beautiful Lifetime Fitness facility.
That's beautiful.
We are here courtside on Grandstand Court. We've been watching the Waters Toronto Hendry Wong match up, and they are in game 2 with, you know, it's been 11-1. Waters and Toronto won the first game. They're up game 2, 8-2. But I expect the sun is now out now with that big dark cloud that was passing over, kind of rolled over. So I expect we're going to be bringing this match back soon. So if you're watching the match, hang in there, folks. We will be right back.
Energy. But you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
No.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emmerich et je suis en Jules Holbrook.
All right, folks, we are back from the rain delay. It was a very brief rain delay. It came just enough sprinkles to kind of wet the court, make it unplayable by our pro players out here.
It's always an adjustment. Oh, the score got adjusted to being 9-3.
9-3. That's a beautiful point, fresh after a break.
Beautiful point.
You know, and Waters and Toronto have a pretty solid lead here, with this being a potential match point.
Oh, you spoke too soon.
I did. I spoke too soon. She sent that serve just a little bit long.
She's laughing because I think you completely mishit that.
Mm-hmm. And that happens to everybody now.
Everybody?
Mm-hmm.
That was to me too much. That was a great point, and that's the kind of point they want over and over, and it's definitely adjustment to come out after the rain. But these players play so much, we're used to it at this point.
To just, yeah, walking back out, I'd walk out there, get cold, and I feel like I'd have to start all over again, but there's a reason they're the pros.
And sometimes you do feel that. They seem to be very ready, very impressed how, well, oh, wow. That was incredible pick.
It was an incredible move by Toronto, an incredible pickup by Hendry, and then just to miss a little ball out.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure right now.
It's a lot of pressure. They're covering every corner, and their Waters is poaching so well. It's quite incredible. They got it.
There is match. That after a brief rain delay, we have Waters and Toronto defeating Hendry and Wong 11-1, 11-4. We do have another phenomenal match coming up, so please make sure you stay tuned. With, again, we're going to be in the men's doubles round of 32 with Wright and Staksrud playing Howes and Klinger. And I think, you know, it's going to be a completely different match. I feel like there's a big difference between the ladies' doubles and the men's doubles.
I'm very excited about this one. Howes is the new kind of up-and-coming star, and everybody's, you know, player to watch. Klinger is such a young lefty, very aggressive, great hands, great drops, and we know Wright knows game probably better than anybody. And Staksrud, is he #1 player in the world right now?
You know, that's an excellent question.
I don't know. I think he is, and he's playing great.
And he's playing great. So, yeah, so we've got a few minutes. They're going to warm up here. We're going to go give you guys a break a little bit, but please make sure you stay tuned for the round of 32 here at the Atlanta Vizzy Open, presented by Acrytech Sports Surfaces.
Wow, it's a new look, and it's looking real good. It's a new look, and it's looking real good on you. It's a new look, and it's looking real good.
users would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
Play hard for fun, to win, to live. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream to let you play on. Deep penetrating relief without greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor. Inspired by nature and 100% guaranteed. Try Penetrax and play on.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Celac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
And we are back. We have a men's doubles round of 32. You have Salome Davidze and Christine Barksdale here on the mics. We have a matchup here of Wright and Staksrud, number 3 seed, playing against Howes and Klinger, number 29 seed. Salome, tell me, what do you think we're going to see out here today in this match here in beautiful Peachtree, Georgia?
It is definitely a tough matchup for round of 32. Howes and Klinger obviously are the lower seeds and kind of the underdogs in this match, but I think they're going to come out firing. Klinger, lefty, great touch. Been playing pickleball since he was a kid. Very young, tall, and has a great reach. He's had some really good results. He loves his MLP. And Howells, great hands, fast, from a tennis player.
Also a former tennis player, right? It seems
Yeah.
like we've got a few former tennis players out here on the court right now.
We could probably have this match on a tennis court.
Possibly, but here they are playing pickleball, giving up some strings, using a paddle.
Yep. Very athletic, and Matt Wright will make some very smart decisions, I expect.
Like it. Well, if that
Well, that's the first point.
Right? If that point is anything to say about the future of this match, you guys definitely want to stay tuned.
This 1-0, people. Incredible. I'm always impressed watching Matt Wright. His anticipation, when the first time I saw him play, I was like, how is he seeing all this? And it's impressive, and every time I watch him, it's even more impressive.
Wow. I love the touch, the soft touch, those
Yeah.
From a very difficult spot in the court. Just great hands. Nice, probably using a very loose grip on those to pick those up.
Great. They watch the ball. They watch the ball so well. They watch the ball on their paddles. I think that's a new partnership we're seeing over there. If I'm correct, this is the first time they're playing. It's gonna take a minute just to get used to each other, but they're such a great players. They will be fine.
What advice do you have for, lots of new partnerships out there, and they're getting used to each other? And I'm talking about, at every level, amateurs and, lots of things. What do you think's the number one or two thing they should do? And I'm going to let you answer after this point.
Wow. I mean,
that was unbelievable anticipation.
Yes, incredible anticipation, incredible athleticism and footwork from all four of them. When you're just starting out with somebody, you have to play a lot of rec games. You're going to play a lot with them. And you're trying to learn not only their tactic and their style of game and their habits, you're trying to learn their energy. You want them to be yelling after each point.
That's an excellent thought. I love his decision to not take the overhead from back there.
That was tough.
Right, could have decided, do you bounce out, do you take time away, but he really was able to hit a very effective shot after he let it drop.
The shot he hit is a very difficult shot to hit. He made it look easy. And Matt Wright was not going to give up on that point.
No, when you see your opponent start to push back, you start to feel a little more
you
confident.
Feel so good. It feels incredible.
Yes.
You'd be like, I did that.
Start to push them back. That was that's a very difficult return. That serve was super deep in the court.
It was. It was a great pickup by Klinger, and it was a little rushed by Staksrud. Nice.
That lefty.
That lefty. Yeah, it was the same when we watched the match before, and the lefty has the middle. And it is an advantage. It really is for down the middle balls.
I love righty-lefty combos. I mean, when I'm playing as them, not against them so much.
Yes, yes. We heard Ben John say that's the future of the top team in pickleball. You can see why right here.
There was a speed up. Maybe wasn't there.
Wasn't there. Maybe one more, maybe two more. I love how they're sort of giving up the corners and covering the middle and sort of baiting their opponents to head to their backhands.
And those going for the backhands is a much lower percentage shot, higher part of the net. You
It
can
is.
force the ball out.
And
You know,
two tall guys with great backhands.
absolutely.
But, yeah.
I love, Matt Wright's serve. And, when you watch players play, we see a lot of the rec players. They're out there. They just try and hit that serve as hard as they can. There's a pro player out there. You see that? Nice loopy serve, mid-court.
His control of the ball is incredible.
Yes, agreed. But it was just smart. He doesn't have to rip his serve, to get the point started.
No,
and
he doesn't.
I love seeing that.
Yeah.
Doubles, a little different than singles, obviously, with the serve.
You risk a little more in singles. You have more, you can gain more by risking it more than doubles.
Something we just watched the ladies, and I remember I commented on the return. When you're stacking and you have to go the other side of the court, I kind of like that loopy return. He really had to rush up there.
It was a little rushed, too, right? That was well played. I thought for a second he was going to drop, and I said earlier that I don't like it, and I thought he played very smart.
Yeah, when you have him back, just go ahead and keep him back, especially when you're playing people with this agility and speed and anticipation.
You're right about the loopy return. The same thing happened here, and the point they won was Killinger loops that return in there. Very smart. Let's see if they can.
As I said, I'm almost really pro player on the sidelines.
Best players are on the sidelines.
Right? Oh.
He had it. It was just below the net, but yeah, Matt wants that back.
A little low, but I like it. He's got great reach and
he does.
Great shot choices.
I feel like I was feeling a little rushed, and Wright and Staksrud are really keeping the pressure on. It's well played. Look at that drop. Incredible.
It was an incredible shot.
Yes. A little chirping going on we're hearing here.
They're having some fun.
They're having a great time.
You gotta have fun out there.
You have
really
to.
gotta have some fun.
It brings the energy. He's everywhere.
They're having a little chirpy, little great time. They just
he sure was everywhere in that point.
Yes, he was.
Too good.
He played some great defense there. Nice tough shots, and Staksrud really worked hard to keep him back.
And that's the thing. If they win points, it's fine as long as make them work as hard as you can for each point.
I agree. Oh, caught him. Looks like Staksrud was lean in center.
He was.
Right, lean in center. Caught him on his left shoulder.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually really love that move. Staksrud was in a bit of trouble. If he happens to try to reset in front of him,
he was going for the
He was going for it, and his partner moved over to cover and was there in the middle to finish the point.
The
All right, we are at 6-5-2.
I love how they're creating a little triangle on those. Howells and Klinger are creating little triangles out on the back end corner.
Ooh, I want you to tell me more about triangles after this point.
Yeah.
There was another display of his athleticism and anticipation.
The way they move together, they can create this, like, basically only 2 or 3 spots. If they roll well, or 2 or 3 spots their opponent really go, and they have that completely covered, and it's like a triangle. It's like a tip where they are versus Matt and Staksrud. So they create this triangle where the ball will go right into that.
I like that.
Yeah, they hit it behind, like the point we saw before. They hit it onto the left leg, or maybe just behind the left leg of Staksrud, and he doesn't have that many places to go to except that little triangle. So, and they're ready for it.
I like it. It's an excellent game plan, and I love that observation.
It's very hard to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to work well as a team, and you have to almost just talk about it. But again, that's just moving as a team. Am I correct?
They're moving as a team, and I'm pretty sure they're new partnership, and I'm very impressed how well they're moving as a team.
And I agree. And they did go into a timeout, which I think is a good idea. And just to help you guys make sure you all know, we have Klinger in the all black, Howells in the pink shoes. On the opposite end, we have Matt Wright in the white and blue and Federico Staksrud in the green and pink with the orange shoes. All right, here we are back. Staksrud to serve.
Triangle.
Absolutely. Great call on that. I love it.
On the right side, which is incredibly risky. But they're playing great.
With a lefty, I think you get away with that,
You
correct?
do. Yes, correct.
They're just a dink you want back.
Let's see.
Score is 6-9-2.
Yeah.
I love the reset idea. I like that he's kind of trying to stay out of that firefight when he was back off the non-volley zone line.
It was
trying to stay out of the firefight and just didn't make it.
It was a smart start, smart shot. Sometimes you miss it. But we're getting a little shadow on the court if you're noticing right there.
Yes, and that can make things super tricky.
Yep. Almost got that. Oh.
And it looks like they were just questioning. Wright touched it, I believe.
Are they
possible?
Yeah. Looks like he missed it. He missed it.
Yeah. Okay. Couldn't tell for sure what happened. But the score.
That was a much better placement from Matt. Really kept both of them back.
And you're right, this triangle is really forcing Wright and Staksrud to think about where they're placing the ball.
Yes. If you can get your opponents to think that the right shot is the most difficult choice they have, you're doing something right. You're not going to win every point, but you are making them think, and that's what Howells and Klinger have been doing. So.
Right, and here we are at a timeout. I think another well-placed timeout. So we're going to roll into just a quick break while they're thinking about what they're going to do next.
The Vizzy Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech, is brought to you by Baird, the official wealth management partner of the PPA Tour. By Fila. To play like a pro, you need to dress like one. By Pickleball Central, your trusted pickleball experts. By Rain, clean energy for everybody. By Select Medical, the exclusive physical therapy partner of the PPA Tour. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by Skechers, conquer the court in comfort.
Give you much time. All right, we are back thanks to a quick message from our sponsors here. And that's, exactly what you're looking for. You call the timeout, you really want to win that next rally.
It feels great when you do.
Oh, sad.
He was going for a little bit.
And again, he's making that run cross court, so I think he's really making it challenging for himself. Yes.
What a reach by Matt. And a little
fire out of him.
A little energy coming out, a little burst of
and we got a
energy.
little replay on that. You guys got to see that. Again. Here we are, all tied up at 9-9. Wow.
And again, and that is something you don't see from Matt too often.
I don't know if we missed something out there, but he's definitely dialing up the intensity.
Maybe that's what it takes.
Sometimes it does.
It does. You got energy.
We are here at a potential match point.
Game point.
Game point, thank you. Whoa! Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of
from both sides.
A little bit of fire out there. And I think you see that a lot when one side gets fired up, the other one decides to start.
Hey, I'm here.
Chirping. Yes, exactly. I'm here. I like it. We are. They got a side out. Here we are at 9, 10, 1. I don't think that's the result Staksrud was going for. He softened it up a little bit. I think he was hoping for a pop-up and a little bit easier finisher.
Yes.
But
great hands, great defense. I mean, those guys are making it look easy. It is not easy what they're doing.
That's a true statement. Wow.
No way. There was a foot fault.
Foot fault by Wright.
What a way to end an incredible point.
Yeah, you know, one thing I love about that point, everybody says to me, oh, the pros are playing fast. They're speeding everything
up.
Look
at that dink.
Did you see that dink rally?
That was an incredible dink rally.
Incredible dink rally.
And kind of a tight point from both because all of a sudden you had two backhands in the middle. Another incredible point. We're getting some incredible points.
That's game one here in the round 32 here, men's doubles. It's really quite amazing because we've got the number 29 seed playing the number 3 seed, and they just snagged game one off of them.
Amazing playing from both teams. I will go ahead and risk saying that we're going to see game 3.
You think so? Ooh, she's making a prediction. All right, let's go to break and stay tuned, folks.
Stand about mid on that step. Put 2 legs down on the blue and the 1 leg on the back leg up, and we just basically right with that back leg and now just give it 5 feet. I'll see if we raise it a bit. But yeah. Are you good? Are you good there? Yeah.
All right, we are back, folks. Game 2 in the round of 32 men's doubles here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow, fast hands right there. So aggressive, and they're picking their spots so well.
That was a great spot. You
Great
know,
spot.
Hitting that right, hitting
In
your
the
paddle
rib.
hand, hitting your paddle hand right in the rib. I like that thought process. You know, it's just smart. It's a hard shot to hit. Forehand, backhand. What am I doing?
It is a hard decision to make there, and even though you know, when you watch these matches and you remember those big and powerful shots and those swings, those small little things are setting those big shots up. So it's all about those drops and being able to control the speed of the ball, like that one right there.
Agreed.
That was
Wow, we've
too good.
seen of him doing a few of those Ernie shots here today, and he's just anticipating it, and half the battle with those is anticipation.
He looks like he's very comfortable with those Ernies, and that's something you gotta be very athletic to do. It's great.
It's fun. It's fun to watch.
Fun to watch.
It looks
Again,
like
slow ball.
He tried to guide it a little
He
bit.
did.
It looked like to me, instead of just maybe going back to where it came from. Looked like
He reached with a little bit. Yeah.
tried to give it a little guide.
Yeah. That's a big backhand.
that was a big backhand. I like it. You know, again, we talk about setting it up. Right shot, the drop, the third ball drop on that really created that opportunity for his partner, and I love it. I love make your partner look good. Set them up to hit these
set 'em
beautiful
up.
winners.
That was all around incredible. There was an ATP that was in apparently, and he picked it up somehow.
Yeah, it happened so fast. I'm not sure what happened. Glad I'm not on the court. Matt giving him a little funny fake, but
Matt
you see
is
that
playing around.
He
I
is.
like it.
Yeah, but you see that big shadow on the court. Can you imagine the difficulty you have of seeing that ball in and out of the shadows?
It is really difficult. I remember it from tennis too. It was really hard, and the ball kind of changes color halfway through. You have to really watch the ball, and rushing is not an option.
Fortunately, they're using that nice neon Vulcan ball, V100 ball that's, you know, just nice and bright so you can see it.
You can really see this ball, and I love it, but the shadow is still there. Howell's really finding the backhand all of a sudden.
And that's a good move. You really want to stay out of. I'm uncertain what's happening out here on the court, but the referee, Don Stanley, seemed frustrated with something maybe Matt said, Matt Wright may have said. I'm uncertain.
Very distinguished voice Don Stanley has.
Head referee Don Stanley.
He's great, and it scares me every time when he yells and I'm playing. That's a great footwork.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I liked his decision to not go ahead and grab the ball out of the air. He wasn't quite there. The shot wasn't quite there. So I liked the decision.
And back at it.
Yeah, I'm missing it. I need somebody to tell me the inside scoop.
Just wide.
Yeah, a little too big of a swing.
A little too big.
You need to shorten that up a little bit. And I think that's a big transition for a lot of tennis players coming in.
It was for me. It's very difficult.
You experienced it, right? Shorten up that stroke. I love Klinger.
His footwork is good.
Yes.
His placement is good. And even though a young kid playing against top players, he doesn't feel like he has to go for too much.
No, he's just playing smart. I'd be terrified.
Yeah.
I love that try. I love that look he had at it, but right confidently called it long.
It was definitely
but
long.
Yeah, I think he had the right look at it. I think
did.
he just overhit it, overshot it.
A little bit. That's good reactions.
It was. That was a perfectly placed shot we talked about. Into that paddle hand, right in that shoulder. And he somehow got his paddle in, got around it, and got a decent shot. You notice he didn't try to overhit it. There's a possibility it was going to sail a little bit out, but once you make the choice, you just go forwards.
It's very good.
What do you...
Oh.
Challenge?
I didn't see it.
Looks like there was a ball that went out. We're gonna are we going to get to see it? Oh, we're not going to get to see it. So we're going with whatever call was there.
That call is wide.
Okay.
And we have the worst angle for the to call that call.
Yes, we could not oversee anything.
Oh, that was a very confident backhand there.
And you always wonder how much that's going to play in the heads of, you know, these players, these young players, this new young player.
Yeah. You have to let it go. No matter what the call was, you just keep on playing.
Agreed. We're hoping for a quick side out.
Oh, he overruled.
Wow,
Right,
that was right. And Staksrud called it wide, and it was overruled by referee Don Stanley. It was.
He said it hit the blue, but entire court is that's tough.
It's a very difficult challenge, but I know that Don's going to do, you know, that he's making the best call that he sees, and that's what he saw.
Yeah, Don is. There we go. And Don was very confident in that call.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's fluid, just tiny bit wide. It was a.
I feel like Staksrud's making a couple little errors. You think he's trying to play faster, maybe put a little pressure on?
I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit. Maybe going a little for too much.
I like the thought process. Try it, you know, put some pressure on. What do you think, you know? You've been in that situation. You could probably tell me a lot more.
About pressure, yes. And sometimes you handle it just fine, and you don't feel like, oh, we have another line call problem here.
I've had a few challenges, and we do not have the availability of camera replay here on Grandstand Court. Okay, they've got it back. We're going to see how your prediction holds true here, but we've got Wright and Staksrud.
It started well, but I'm doubting it. I'm doubting my own.
Are you starting to question?
Yeah, I'm questioning my own calls right now.
It's all right. Maybe some of the people watching didn't hear it. They
heard it.
They were on break.
They heard it. I think that was the shadow. He lost it in the shadow, I think.
Yeah, it's easy to lose in the shadows here.
Matt Wright having a whole conversation with himself in front of us. What incredible hands both of these players have.
Yeah, you know what? The one thing I've really liked is that Klinger and Howells have been really keeping the ball soft, and even when they're being sped up against, they're softening it, trying to stay out of those firefights.
That's a great play. You're right. They are really keeping it soft, and they're really picking and choosing when to speed up. They don't blindly just start swinging. That was actually a smart timeout, I think.
I agree. A tight match. Yeah, let's hear a couple words from our sponsors before we come out from the timeout and hear what Salome thinks they're going to do.
Cliff Bar gives you energy. but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple.
And we are back in this very tight match with the number 29 seeds taking on the number 3 seeds, and they're up a game. They gotta be feeling some excitement on this.
They are 6-5 down, but that's great playing. Yeah, he's so comfortable with those earnings. His footwork is great.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I always think of that as just a suggestion to my partner. And if they go ahead and hit the ball, guess what? You just keep playing. You don't, dwell on it. You don't even think about it. You just keep playing. It's a suggestion.
Once it's hit, you gotta keep on playing.
Mm-hmm.
But
you keep on rolling.
You keep on rolling. This is what you talked about, build a point with the slow rolls, and the one thing that is very impressive about this match is almost no loose point. Point after point, we're seeing high-level, incredible points. Except that one.
Except that one.
Thank you.
Of course, it always works that way.
Always.
But I'm really impressed, really, overall at this matchup, and again, that nobody's really speeding it up prematurely right now.
As soon as I said it, he thought, we're playing out there, all of a sudden you're thinking about score creeps into your mind, and it's just tough. All of a sudden you're going to rush a few balls, you're going to look ahead, and it's so hard to stay in the moment. But these veterans right here, they will.
Absolutely. And I love your thought process on the fact that you can't let that thought about the score start to sneak in on your mind. Granted, there are times when you need to play the score a little bit.
You can play the score.
But you cannot be dwelling on it.
Exactly. That was a little too. I'm not sure that was the right time to speed up, but Federico here was completely ready for that. Smart timeout.
Agreed. Yeah, and I was kind of thinking the same thing you were. I think he maybe started that speed up just a little too soon. The ball was pretty low below the net, and he had to hit up on it. It's possible Staksrud, if he didn't let it go, might have sailed out. But again, it's not one I want to let go. If I have this kind of a high shot, do you ever want to turn around and see it just land in the court?
No, I want to swing as hard as I can. But that's true on almost every point I hit, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a good example right there.
Yeah, but it's definitely for me maybe a much safer play than feeling that my heart drop as it lands in the court.
Which it has happened many times with me.
But here we are back from timeout in Game 2 here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open with Wright serving.
9-6. That was an ambitious lob. It was.
It was risky off of a tough slice. Drop.
Yes.
Dink,
Yeah.
dink. Yes.
Yeah. Matt knew it right away.
Mm-hmm. There's a demonstration there right now of Wright's reach.
Wright's reach is incredible. And he reads his opponent so well. He knows where the ball is going. That was a match point saved. Game point saved.
Game point saved.
Yeah.
Because worried about your prediction coming to fruition.
Here it is.
Again, I mean, that to me is just, it's just gutsy. He just
Very
keeps
gutsy.
going for it.
Very
And he's
gutsy.
been highly successful. I should be tracking the number of
We should have been tracking, but we didn't think that he was going to do this much.
Right?
One saved, 3 points behind. Two points behind. They are making their run.
They are. Do you think, I wonder if we're going to see a timeout out of Wright and Staksrud in a second?
Oh.
Just maybe another point? We'll see.
Oh, he was on his paddle. All right, they need one serve to get it back to match point, and for my prediction to come through.
Yes, to see how you are. Little net tipper, I think, helped him out a little bit. Staksrud anticipated it super well, but just tipped the net and just went right over his paddle. But did you see that two-handed backhand that we just saw out of Howell's?
It's quite something. Again, the two-handed backhand again, and he is on fire.
Hit with some authority.
Yeah. No timeout. Oh, wow, no timeout.
Yeah, I kind of thought there might be one right there.
All right.
But they are veterans. They are veterans out there on the court. They know.
They're flying. A little risky. Not a bad change-up because he's been dropping every single third. But here's the opportunity.
Just didn't get a clean hit. We've seen some successful two-handers out of him.
Yeah. Great drop.
That was a good drop. He stepped back to let it bounce. Maybe could have grabbed it out of the air, but hey, in the moment, you do what you can do.
It was low over the net. It was very good.
That's right. Makes it difficult to decide.
Game point, number 2.
That is your prediction. That is your prediction here. We are going into game 3. We have Wright and Staksrud, number 3.
Imagine that becoming energy producers would be as easy as biting into an apple. Imagine water that is pure and inexhaustible, recycled and accessible everywhere in the world. Imagine the world of tomorrow, sustainable and desirable. Veolia.
All right, we are all kind of tied up here with Howells and Klinger winning game 1, 12-10, and then Wright and Staksrud pulling out game 2, 12-10. So we're going to roll into game 3, and we've been seeing, a little bit of chit-chat between the players, a little fire. What do you think? What do you envision here happening in game 3?
We even saw Don Stanley get involved.
Yes, you're right. The referee was involved a little bit. We couldn't tell what was going on, but we know there was some conversation between Wright and head referee Don Stanley.
I think we saw the humidity go up a little bit, and the ball has slowed down. The wind dropped.
Again, that's that thing. We watched Staksrud really push.
It took like 6-7 shots to win the point, not the last drive.
Right, but he was pushing him back, point after, shot after shot until he got the finisher on his paddle. That, you know what? I love that shot. It's a roll shot, roll volley, right over his shoulder. Didn't need to be very hard. Caught him off surprise. And you don't overhit that. He hit it, landed a good foot inside the net. He didn't try to overhit it. It was all about the element of surprise.
Knowing how good the two-handed backhand on the other side is, that was a very gutsy shot.
It was very gutsy.
And I think he's athletic.
You think?
Yes.
But you know what? I love you. When you're the number 29 seed playing the number 3 seed, you got to play with some guts. You got to play smart.
Yes.
You can't go too wild, but you do got to play with some guts out there. Oh. That's again, you got to just shake that off and move on.
Move on. Next point.
Yep.
1 point at a time. There's some positive talk, good teamwork right there. I like that.
That's what you want to see in a partner, right?
I like that.
Oh, Klinger was armed and ready, but just mishit a little bit. The wind is picking up here.
Back up.
And as we talked earlier, it kind of forms like a little whirlwind down here in the grandstand court.
So when you're playing with the wind, there's always two decisions, two main decisions. One is, do you keep it completely safe and kind of play in the middle, or do you use the wind and risk it and start swinging towards?
We had a pretty good look at that shot, and it was just a smidgen long, but I believe from my angle, it was a good call.
It was a good call. He almost got it over.
He did almost get over. But that's what standing there in this backhand ready position, not trying to think, should I hit a forehand or a backhand, just being ready for a backhand, and he was ready. Almost got it over.
Matt Wright very demonstratively said that was out.
Yes, and I've noticed a few of those calls. I feel like we maybe missed just something.
I think Matt Howells is very, he's emotional and he's aggressive and he's fired up.
Yeah, I bet the wind is playing a little bit of a factor, because shots that he had not been missing are kind of hitting the net. So we may see, since they're going to switch, when we get to 6, we may see how this continues to play out.
The one thing I noticed in the end of the second game and the third game is, hold on, let me after this. Federico's drops have gotten a lower and a little bit deeper, sort of like he's making his opponents play up, versus in the beginning of the first game, I think they were just sitting there for his opponents, and I think that is changing. The couple points that they got over is those drops.
Changing the look.
Yeah.
And
that's too good. That's too good.
And that's what you said, Staksrud there. His third ball drop is a little bit high on that one, so it created an opportunity for his opponents. But I think you're right. If he gets those dialed in, it really is kind of a game changer.
Yes. But they do have 3-1. That was a great. You're completely right about the return. I think that flat, low, fast return from Howells is getting him in trouble, or maybe not getting him in trouble, but not giving him the advantage that he wants. That's great play.
That was
yes.
a nice 1-2 right there. I loved it.
Useful right there.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted that one. I like it. I like he's making them think that he's gonna speed up each time.
You know, this is really an incredible match. We are in the round of 32. These guys are battling out to get into the round of 16.
I feel like every match now, every round, these guys and girls are getting so good. You come to a PPA tournament and it's all tough, and every round you're battling out there. And everybody's great.
Yeah.
Everybody's good.
Yeah.
Oh, he did read it. He did read it, but
almost over anticipated it. He caught it a little early.
Yes, he did. And Matt Wright knew he was shaking his head after that.
One thing I really do, I like that Klinger is really targeting that paddle hand
All
of
the time.
Staksrud, but Staksrud's hands and defense have just been phenomenal on it.
He's starting to learn it. He's starting to see. Remember, they're playing a new team here.
Right foot.
And there was a foot fault called on Wright.
It was called on Matt? Okay. Great hands. He gets, Matt Wright already has such a great reach. Meanwhile, he gets so close and tight to that kitchen line, and it's worth it for him to risk the touch a couple times a game.
Absolutely.
Federico was ready for that one.
Yeah, it definitely, you know, when you've got that kind of height and that kind of reach, we're going to timeout, but as you said, sometimes, you know, so you give up a point or two, but he's probably weighed out the fact that he's earning more points off of being right up tight against the kitchen non-volley zone line versus giving up any even inches.
Absolutely.
We are in a timeout, so let's hear a little bit from one of our amazing sponsors here.
No.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear. Sup, future me. And no bunions. How?
All right, and that was just an end switch timeout because we have got Wright and Staksrud up 6-4 in game 3.
Oh, he wants that one back so much. He's gonna pay somebody to have that back.
Right, definitely set that up, and you're right, Klinger would love to have that back right up into his lefty forehand.
Yeah, it was in his wheelhouse.
I think he just got a little too excited about it, right?
Watching these players play and watching PPA tournaments week in, week out, it's not good enough anymore to just have good shots or even just have good shots and good footwork. You gotta be mentally tough. You gotta be physically prepared. And you gotta handle the pressure week in, week out, and these players do it. It's incredible to watch. You gotta be relaxed during pressure. You gotta be able to handle the wind, the rain, the shade, as we're watching now right here.
Missed that serve
Talking about
a little
pressure.
bit long. Yeah, they're might be feeling a little bit of pressure right now.
Yeah.
One thing I really have enjoyed watching about House playing, he's really moving. He's slicing that backhand, heavy slice. He's moving the ball around a lot. I really think watching for an opportunity. He's got a pattern to creating that Ernie for himself. He might have gotten a little lucky. He sent that dig just a little
I saw
high.
that smile.
Right. And then Staksrud, then with the wind, I could feel the wind here.
It picked up as he was swinging towards the ball. And the ball. Are we seeing the first time out?
I'm uncertain. Staksrud's grabbing a towel.
Those guys are drenched out there. They've been working so hard.
A little bit of humidity here, too. We've got some
rain,
picked up, but that big rain cloud moved on, so we're going to get to see some more matches here.
I like it. He set it up just right, and Matt is pointing his finger and saying that's out.
That's calling that out. You're right, he created the opportunity, and I think they actually caught him on the backhand, which that he wasn't quite ready for.
Yeah, he wasn't. They're starting to read those drives.
I felt like Klinger was playing a little slower earlier. I feel like he's speeding it up more.
Which too soon, maybe?
Yes, it's that pressure maybe you're feeling. He's feeling like he's got to hit too good a shot too early versus waiting. He was definitely dinking and softening and even deadening balls that were driving at him. Klinger was blocking those. And I feel like now, this kind of stage in the game, he's feeling the pressure to try and close the point out sooner.
I think that came from few loose mistakes, and he decided he started thinking about the score a little bit. He decided he needs to go for a little bit too much. Meanwhile, Matt and Federico did such a great job by mentally staying tough, playing 1 point at a time, even when the score was not for them. And that's why they're,
That's the veterans.
That's the seed they have next to their names.
There is a reason for that number 3 seed, I would say. Just landed in.
That's an incredible point, an incredible hand from Matt. I mean, that defense.
It's a combo that can be risky with the lob, the drop shot, if you got quick players, but he really just
worked.
It worked in that situation.
Match point.
Sounds like another foot fault was called. I'm uncertain. Was that on right?
That wasn't Matt right again, and Matt is giving us a smile here, but.
We've got House trying to rally up the fans here. Gotcha. All right, we are in a timeout.
15 seconds.
And we have got Wright and Staksrud serving for a match point. That would take them to the round of 16 if they manage to get this point right now.
There it is. Howell's showing off and chirping away right there.
There is a little bit of chirping going on out here. You know, if you guys are in the Atlanta area, I recommend you come down because you're missing some of the fun.
Yes, you are. This is an incredible match. Oh, wow. They almost dropped in. All right, they saved 2 match points.
That's a tough ball to dig out of the net. Tough ball. And the wind probably aided in pulling it almost back to the net.
What a drop.
Yeah, that's a well-placed ball. It's one of those, the trajectory looks like you think it may be going out. It's just actually a tough read. I love the placement.
Spectacular.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Their commercial.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear.
Sup, future me. And no bunions. How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
La Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Believe in yourself. You can do way more than what you think that you can. Je m'appelle Tammy Emmerich et je suis en Jewels, Holbrook.
Before it's the movement on your wrist, it's dreamed in California. Crafted expertly for every adventure. And tested by you. Join the movement.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
Tens of thousands of customers wrote about Carvana being smooth in their 5-star reviews, including Terry.
To be honest, I thought it was almost too smooth, but Carvana was super transparent from beginning to end. Car details, financing, every step, and there were no surprises. Well, my monthly payment did come out lower than expected. Then I got to pick up my Mustang at the vending machine, and it was so fun and exciting, I did a little dance. Trust me, financing my car with Carvana was super smooth.
Finance your next car with Carvana today.
At Guaranteed Rate, we understand that life is about more than mortgages. Our aim is to empower you on your holistic journey to well-being and longevity by helping you achieve your financial and personal goals. Our new, completely free Rate app focuses on community, nutrition, and exercise, as well as offering a variety of financial tips and tools. The Rate app was built to support your mind, body, and spirit, helping to simplify your life and reduce your stress. Download the Rate app and start living your best life.
Big it up, big it up. Yeah.
We are back for another exciting match. This is the round of 32, women's doubles. We have Bright and Rohrabacher versus Schulte and Esquivel.
I expect this to be a this could be a good match.
I think we're going to see a super fun match here with a lot of quick hands, kind of firefight pan battles out here.
Bright and Rohrabacher are one of the most aggressive teams on tour. Esquivel has been playing for quite a while.
Esquivel has been playing a very long time. I played against her when she first started. I
don't know.
I'm guessing she's maybe she started a couple of years after I did, maybe
Okay.
2011 or something. I'm not 100% sure. I've been playing Michelle a very long time.
She's an experienced, fun player.
And a very nice person.
Yes.
Probably the only one that I know very well on this court, other than watching all these ladies play some amazing pickleball.
Yes. I don't know much about Schulte, but she looks like she has a great technique and probably a tennis player. Some great points to start us off.
And that's kind of what you expect to see a lot. It's a very different, I feel like, from the men's game where they dink a little bit more.
Yes.
The ladies tend to speed up, get into more firefights a little quicker.
I think the ladies. feel like we can get away with the earlier drive than the man can.
Okay, that's an excellent point, and you absolutely can say that as one of those players. You can tell me.
Yeah.
That's a missed error. As you can see, a lot of fast and furious points here.
Yeah. And that's the game that Bright and Rohrbacher want and are very comfortable at. That's a beautiful drive. Look at that forehand. I mean, wow.
That was beautiful. She was moving forwards. I mean, just a slight pause and just a nice full swing on. But, you know, again, probably three-quarter space because it stayed in nicely.
It's the singles 101 right there. Good cover. Great
Looks
cover.
like a timeout called by Esquivel.
No. Or is it?
Yes, she did say
smart,
timeout. The referee
smart.
didn't quite hear it, but you know, their opponents are coming on fire. She's feeling some pressure. Let's try to change the dynamic. What do you think about that timing?
I mean, it was a little early, but I took a timeout early in the match today. So sometimes you just something is telling you and you feel it, and why not? Let's go for it. Talk about it. Say maybe we went in with the wrong tactics. Maybe we just need to change this up. Maybe we're going too fast or we're going too slow. Maybe. And there we can see them talk about it right now, and let's see what they come out with.
It's definitely something. I mean, they're up. Bright and Rohrbacher up 6-0.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to let it get too far away from you.
Right.
You've got to
That's
do
right.
something to try to change the dynamic. That was a veteran move. I'm going to give her on that.
Yeah,
Veteran move.
But you can see they're still very positive. They're bouncing on your toes.
Yeah.
So here we go. Drops are a little high, but I mean, Bright and Rohrbacher are swinging like crazy, and everything is staying in. They're hitting very clean. Those two hit it clean almost all the time.
That's got to give her some energy, give her some feeling of, you know, let's gonna make our own run right now. We've got the ball back, and let's make our own run.
This is a good time right here. She started swinging. Yeah,
she has.
Yeah, she attacked him. Very good.
And she kept him nice and low. Those are tough shots to defend against.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, a little too low that time.
A little too low.
A little too low that time, but you know, sometimes you just got to throw some caution to the wind and go for it.
And we talked about how low people play, and those two, Bright and Rohrbacher, get so low on each shot and all their drives. You can see right there.
They do, you know, and it's just something that's really important to remember when you're out there playing pickleball and you're out doing things. The lower you can get, the lower you can allow to get, is really good for your game.
Absolutely, you have more options. And you can hit shots like that. The more options.
And you can do that. Yeah, that was an amazing ATP right there.
An ATP, wow. Some incredible talent on the court. That felt good. That was a pump-up shot right there.
You could see she took a
it was. The drive was a little high.
Yeah, she took a little responsibility for that missed shot by her partner. Net tipper.
But kick pumped her. Esquivel pumped her.
It did pump her up a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe not quite clean, but it worked.
It's lucky on one side, unlucky on the other, and you got to remember that.
Yeah. There was an excellent point build until the last shot. It was a great drop. It was a great drive.
that's a finisher right there from Bright.
I mean, they have so much experience. They're so comfortable playing with each other. And they have the firepower. Right now, they have the firepower. We can see Michelle laughing right there.
Gave a little giggle.
Oh, wow. Great overhead.
I like that. Bright moved out to maybe cover that angle.
Yes, and it was a great play.
Right, and so she sent the overhead down the center.
That's a great drive. You talked about loopy returns. I think Rohrabacher right here, we were watching her use that loopy serve to buy her time for her third. Let's see if she does it again. She did it the last 3 times. Oh, timeout.
Going into another timeout, and I think that's a great time. The score is 10-2. Yeah, as I've said before,
cannot take it home.
Can't take them with you, so you might as well go ahead and use them. Let's hear a word from our sponsor here. All right, and we are back, thanks to that word from our sponsors. And we have Rohrabacher serving to Schulte here at a potential match point, a game point.
Not yet. And again.
That was very well.
Great point.
There is game 1 right here with Bright and Rohrabacher taking game 1. Now, it has gotten pretty windy out here. The skies are nice and clear, and the shadows are gone off the court.
Yep.
But, you know, the wind is a factor. We're going to see how things go in game 2 after this brief word from our sponsors.
Roche-Posay sunscreen blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage. The only sunscreen with Shellac Shield UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the Professional Pickleball Association.
Cliff Bar gives you energy, but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
When we're back.
We are in game 2 now of the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by the Acrytech Sports Surfaces.
Let's see if the wind changes a little score here.
You saw Esquivel get caught back off the net, so, and I think that was a good point by Bright and Rohrabacher. They started a little bit, kept their opponents caught on the line, able to take advantage of it.
They never really let her in.
Right.
Oh, she had it. It was the right move. Good D, very good defense. But even though the shade is gone, I think like players are still struggling with the shade right now a little bit. Those drives from Bright is so clean. It feels.
Yeah, you know, it's super clean. The one thing I am noticing, you just mentioned, commented on the sun and the shade. While the court is fully shaded, as the ball lifts up high, you can actually see it going in and out of the sun.
I think it's a little bit there.
I don't know what happened there. Michelle just missed the shot.
Oh, she's looking at the ball.
Checking out the ball.
You know, when you miss, it's never your fault. It's always the paddle. And if it's not the paddle because you love your paddle, then it's the ball.
Yeah, it's got to be something. The wind. It could be anything. But if it makes you feel better, go for it.
Those little, my favorite is looking down the ground. Did the ground move when I was hitting that ball?
Surely it did.
It must have been, yeah. Cannot be me.
A little partner miscommunication there.
New team, new partnership.
Another timeout by Escobar. You know, it is difficult. We have Bright Rohrabacher. They are the number 2 seeds here.
They are.
You know, playing against the number 27 seed, Schulte and Escobar. So, you know, that can weigh heavy on your mind. And we have the winners of this match playing against
Judy Costello and Iwa Radikowska. And they're a great team. It's going to be a fun matchup.
Yes, we're going to see who comes against. They are the number 15 seed, so we're going to see the winners of this match facing off against them tomorrow in the round of 16.
Looking at the draw, we had some great singles, doubles, women's doubles matches today.
Yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun. If you live in the Atlanta Peachtree area, I recommend you look into coming on down, buying some tickets, and coming here and seeing this because it's just different. If you're watching online, it's a little bit different, you know, than the vibe you get when you're on site.
It's priceless to feel the energy of the players next to them. It's really fun to be out here on the stands and watching them, and you get so close to the players and really feel how fast or how slow they're playing and how everything. I think come out here and watch us. We're having little screen issues here, but somebody's... Oh!
It could be super distracting. The screen, you know, but yeah, we've got that shut down so the players can resume. You definitely can't play with that noise going on in the background.
No.
It'd be very distracting.
We got the screens fixed, and here we go. We're back in it. That float's a little long. She tried to change it up with a little slice.
Give her some variety. Give it something different. You never know.
I really like, I know she rolled this time, but Rohrabacher has a combination of loopy serve and a drive third ball.
And that variety can actually really keep your opponents on their heels.
Yes. Just wide, but great pulling in. Bright has really fast ground strokes. She can hit it low and flat and like a couple inches over the net. And with that combined with that loopy serve, I think it's a great combination.
And
a little excited there.
Yes, and we're looking at a 10-0 potential match point for Rohrabacher and Bright. There you go.
One
you know,
save.
what you want right now is at least a side out,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Stay in the game just a little bit longer. Make them keep playing.
Make them work for it. Here we go. That's an incredible roll by Escobar. Great hands. Yeah, exciting.
Well,
what a point! And there's a
point.
point, and what a defense! And it was so smart. And we have Rohrabacher smiling here on that point.
Right? You guys get to see that was a great replay of that incredible point.
And served the kick, and we looked down on the ground because it was the ground's fault. Great drive.
Esquivel question. She just didn't see it. I don't
Yeah,
think
she
she asked
asked
for a call.
Yeah. Again, a loopy return really bought her time to get in, and not only bought her time to get in, it slowed down her opponent from driving coming in or dropping coming in. Very smart.
I'm a big fan. So which do you think is more difficult? They've lost the ball behind, but which do you think is more difficult to return? The loopy deep serve or the hard low serve that maybe lands mid-court? Which is more difficult to return?
I'd rather somebody return to me flat and mid-court, and I don't want to work with loopy slow ball. So very smart play
Agreed.
from this team.
Something smart to do.
Yeah.
And there is match. Esquivel a little bit frustrated, but we have these ladies going into, we have Rohrabacher and Bright moving into the round of 16 to Mari
well played.
Primaro here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open. And we are going to roll into one more match. We've got another match today. We have Dawson and Patriquin playing Rettenmeyer and Bellamy. This ought to be a fun match, and we're going to say thanks to my friend Salome Davidze for being here.
Thank you for being here.
And we're going to bring in a new co-star for me today. Okay. But I appreciate you being here and adding your insights, because I learned a lot from you today.
Thank you so much for having me.
And hey, good luck in your singles match tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye.
All the things. Fly on your schedule. Reward yourself and the girls whenever. Stay or go when you wanna. And more is on the way. So when you're ready to go, go with heart. Go with Southwest.
Every time someone tells you they vacation in the same place every year, it should really make you wonder, why? Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts.
Typical insurance for every senior.
I'm not actually a stereotypical senior. I just play one in cheesy health insurance commercials. In real life, I have Humana because they see me, listen to what I need. It's refreshing.
Humana.
Mein Name ist Martin Emrich und ich bin ein Holbrook-Athlet.
From the world's most iconic tennis arenas to the glint of an Olympic gold medal, a new court beckons, a new challenge arises. Jack Sock has conquered tennis. Now, pickleball's next. Mastery, precision, passion, that's what champions are made of. And when it comes to pickleball, there's only one company they turn to. Jack Sock's legacy continues with the #1 brand in pickleball. Selkirk Sport, we are pickleball.
Go ahead, live your best life. Go ahead, live your best life. You can live your best life, best life, best life.
For muscle cramps and spasms, you need fast relief. TheraWorks Relief absorbs quickly with a safe, gentle, non-opioid formula without the mess or strong odor. So get back at it.
TheraWorks.
TheraWorks works.
Use TheraWorks every day to prevent muscle cramps and spasms. TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Big it up, big it up. Yo,
No.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Cliff Bar gives you energy, but you get the win. The most important ingredient is you.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
I have bad bunions. Wish they'd disappear.
Sup, future me? And no bunions! How?
Lapiplasty corrects bunions at the source, meaning you're back in sneakers in weeks. Weeks! The future of bunion surgery is here. Learn more at lapiplasty.com. Risks include infection, pain, and loss of correction.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
All right, folks, we are just about to wrap up the warm-up here of the men's doubles round of 32 match with Dawson and Patriquin playing Repmeyer and Bellamy. This is a round 32 match. Hopefully the winner's going into the round of 16 tomorrow. Tell me, what do you think we're going to see here? I'm here. This is Christine Barksdale here with Matt Gerber. He's going to add some insight, see what we're expecting here today.
Yeah, so I think this match is going to be a really close match. For a round of 32 matches, this is a really, really high-level match here. Obviously, we have Hayden Patriquin, who's a young kid, really quick hands, has a really good flick. And then we also got like a veteran like Repmeyer. He's a really good player as well. And then we have Roscoe Bellamy, who's a little newer to the pickleball scene. Came from college tennis. He's a really tall guy, so he's got a really long reach. So he's most likely going to be pretty aggressive up there at the kitchen line, really reaching, trying to find those speed ups. And then you got Callan Dawson, who has also been playing pickleball for a while now and is a veteran to the game. So it should be a really, really interesting match here.
And, you know, Callan's got phenomenal ability to reset.
He does.
I've been playing pickleball a long time as well, and I had the good fortune of playing, you know, when in my younger days and his earlier days, a couple of matches with and against him. And, you know, a phenomenal gentleman on the court with great reset ability. I love watching the resets he can hit.
Yeah, for sure. As we can see, we got Hayden playing the left side here. So I'm expecting Hayden to be kind of the aggressor in this match, looking to speed it up, looking to find those attacks, and then Callan to kind of be steady, hitting the resets and the dinks as well.
All right, we've got Callan Dawson to serve the match, to start out the match. Well, and your prediction is absolutely correct so far, Gerber.
Yep. Got that firefight right away.
Right. This match is actually starting out a lot faster than I was anticipating, but I think you might have called it.
Yeah, we can see the game changing quite a bit here. You know, we see it in the ladies' matches, a lot of speed ups, a lot of drives. The guys are starting to follow suit as well.
Looks like they've asked for a ball change. I don't know if the ball is cracked or what's happening, but they have requested a ball change. And it looks like they're going to start with a fresh new ball at this point. That little net tipper here, that, you know, helped him. You know, almost got it. Still got a paddle on it. That's great. You know, but sometimes you just say, unlucky, move on.
Yep, nothing you can do about that. Really big serve there by Roscoe.
Nice play. You know, they didn't allow them to get into the net, so they were able to win that point just by sheer keeping their opponents back.
Yeah, if you can keep your opponents back and win up at the line, most of the time you will win the point.
Gave him this.
Caught the back of the line there for Callan Dawson.
That was a powerful serve to open that rally up as well. It was just deep. Oh, he got called by, Bellamy was called on that for pushing off while his foot was in the non-volley zone line. And it looks like that call is going to stand. He questioned it, but he pushed off. And the rule on that, folks, is if you touch the non-volley zone line and you step back, if you don't establish both feet first, it is a fault on your part. And that happens a lot when people send a lob up.
That is correct. Yeah, they try and go up and hit that overhead lob, and they use that kitchen line kind of to push off, and you are not allowed to do that, unfortunately.
Oh, tricky. I love Dawson. He's grabbed that ball pretty early and then just caught Bellamy not quite ready.
Yep, Bellamy's a big guy, so it's going to give him a pretty big target there for that speed up.
You are correct.
Wow. What a great Ernie.
That was a good anticipation on that. Stepping around the line actually was, that looked like it was challenging, but he did it.
Yeah,
Pulled it off.
It was a finesse Ernie there.
Mm-hmm.
Those are tricky to hit.
Big swing on Dawson's part. He almost over-anticipated it.
I think he was a little early to that shot. He knew that Rettenmeyer was going to speed it up at him, and he was a little too ready for it.
It's good anticipation on Dawson's part, though. He had the paddle up and ready, just miss it. And there was a chance where Bellamy was taking advantage of his height. He can reach a long way.
He can, yep. You got to keep those dinks low and short in the kitchen.
That puts a lot of pressure on you.
It does, yes. Something else to think about.
Net tipper stayed in.
Another one for Dawson and Patrick Quinn there, right on the line there. Unlucky for Bellamy and Rettenmeyer. Really big serve.
He was definitely flirting with the baseline there, but man, it stayed 2 or 3 inches in, and that's just, it's tough to play, but unfortunately they didn't capitalize on it.
Yep, unlucky for Bellamy there, hitting the net there on that drive. Another shot that Dawson, I think, was ahead of just a little bit there. Waiting for that Rettenmeyer speed up and was swung a little too big.
It's a bummer when you over-anticipate it.
It is, yep. You knew it was coming.
One thing I really like when I watch Dawson play is how low he plays. We talk about height being an advantage with good reach, but being low also really enables and opens up so many shots, and Dawson just stays so low on the court.
He does, yeah. You can really see him swatting down. Always ready for that shot.
I do think, folks, we are having just a little bit of wind, playing a little bit of a role in this game.
Yeah, that wind it's kind of circling here in the stadium we're at Lifetime, so I think that does add something the players need to think about.
We are at a beautiful venue. It's the Lifetime in Peachtree. It's a gorgeous venue.
It is, yeah, a big tennis stadium here, perfect for viewing pickleball, and sitting kind of in the woods here with a nice, pretty tree background.
Right? Wow.
Great hands from all players there.
The ball was traveling so fast, I was having trouble tracking it. It was so quick.
Very good point. Good leave there from Hayden Patrick on that out ball.
We have I'm really impressed with that reset in there. I mean,
that was.
Sometimes it's gutsy. It's kind of scary to go through and try and reset that ball when you're in the firefight. But it can work, and sometimes it can be scary because it can come back even harder if you don't get it quite right.
Yep. If you hit it a little too high, that will come back at you pretty fast.
I love that shot. It was almost right at his belly button, and that's a tough shot to defend against.
It is. It's like that, kind of like that chicken wing spot, right at your body. You have to be able to slide or anticipate it and move to be able to adjust. think Rettenmeier saw the Ernie there from Callan Dawson, affected his shot a little bit.
Applies a little pressure. You glance up just enough to miss the ball.
Yep.
All right. We do have Dawson and Patrick Quinn. They are the number 11th seed here at this event. I've really liked those drives. I think that ball got a little behind him, and I think the number one thing I think most impressive when I watch the pros is how 90% of the time they're catching that ball in front of them.
They are, yeah. They're really good at that, and it's becoming a lot more common to see that third shot drive to give you an easier fifth, to drop up there and get up to the kitchen.
Because you make that third shot drive, you move in a couple steps, you grab the fifth, and then you drop it. And the fifth shot drop is actually, you're right, a much easier shot than that third ball.
Exactly.
Woo.
Good counter there from Rettenmeier. He was ready for it. He was sitting on it.
It was a great counter. You know, and there he was. He was up there. He was ready. He was in the backhand position. That ball actually went to his paddle, and he hit a clean winner.
He was ready for it.
That was good hands on that. I actually felt like Bellamy sped that up a little too soon. They were still coming in versus that drop, that fifth ball drop. He sped it up again.
Yeah, they were not quite to the kitchen yet, and he was still wanting to be aggressive with it. I think if he would have waited a little longer and get him and Rettenmeier up to the kitchen.
That equalizes the point out a lot more.
It does.
I don't know if you'll notice. I noticed Dawson, if you notice, he changes to a pretty unique grip. He really chokes up for most of his shots. Really plays with the hand way up near the paddle face.
Yeah, and you've been playing with him for quite a bit now, or used to. What do you think the advantages to that grip are?
I think it maybe simplifies. It takes some of the wrist action. A lot of people, want to be a little wristier. I think that takes it out. It really makes him just pretty precise in his shots. But he's been playing like that, since he started. I'm guessing he has a table tennis background.
Yeah, especially a lot of those table tennis players will come in and they will use they will choke up on that paddle handle pretty high. Seems pretty common for him.
I feel like they lost that ball, and they're digging out another fresh new pickleball. They lost that one to the stands.
Just long on that serve there.
Yeah, there's mistakes you really wish you could have back. He was seeing a little fun out of
getting a little feisty,
right there.
Getting a little feisty out there with Hayden.
Yeah. They are at 7-8 here in game one. Oh, just kidding. 8-8 in game one. Tied up. I love the focus. I love Dawson's continual routine when he serves the ball.
Yeah, it's just like a free throw in basketball, doing the same routine every single time you're up at the line to ensure you do not miss that serve.
Agreed. It's just a great mental space to be in. He dribbled 2 or 3 times and then he serves it.
Going through the same routine every time.
I think Bellamy was surprised that ball didn't come back over.
Yeah, he was expecting it to come over, and it got lucky and it did not.
You know what? I'm going to second that oh my gosh out of Bellamy. Again, he sped it up from like mid-court. That can be so dangerous.
Yeah, very untraditional.
Yeah, I feel like I know he thinks I think he realizes he got a little lucky on that.
Yeah, he was trying to go to Patrick Quinn's backhand there, and Patrick Quinn was sitting on it but missed it into the net. But that was a pretty untraditional speed up there from Bellamy at the mid-court.
He caught him changing hands. I mean, just it looked like he was leaning inside. Gonna thought he was going to the backhand, and suddenly went to the forehand and just caught him a little late.
Yep. Great lob from Callan there.
You know what? And I'm actually surprised that is the first lob we have seen out of Dawson, but maybe he realizes his opponents are very tall. But, you know, Dawson actually is very successful using lobs, strategic offensive lobs during matches.
He does. That is kind of one of his signature shots. Dawson is known as the lob
master. We're going to go with that for now. Lob doctor. That's it, lob doctor. And they're offensive lobs. They are generally not a defensive shot for him. Oh. And there we have game one here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to head into another exciting game here, game two. I think we've got some fun ahead of us.
Yeah, that first game was really good, 11-9 there.
At Baird, we offer a different, more holistic approach to wealth management. With your career, family, friends, and community, finding time for you and making sure your family's financial plans are on track can be a real challenge. At Baird, our financial advisors get it. We'll partner with you to create a unique financial plan and coordinate with your legal and tax advisors to bring it all together so you have more time for what matters most.
Give a big thanks to our sponsors for that being here and supporting us and really making this event possible. Here we are rolling into game two with Bellamy to start serving to Dawson.
Great first point on this second game here.
Great. We saw Rettmeyer try to lob the lob doctor.
He did. Give him a taste of his own medicine.
Right, but they did work themselves back into the court. That was a great move on Dawson. I think that was a smart shot out of Bellamy. It ended up not being effective enough. He possibly could have ATP'd it, but that's what came to his mind, and that's what he attempted because he wanted to buy himself time to get back into the court.
He did, yeah. Hitting it high like that gives him time to potentially get back to the baseline or give Rettmeyer enough time to adjust to see where that next ball is going to go.
Little missed dink out of Bellamy. You know, just one of those things. You got to get nice and low, especially when you're nice and tall.
And I think you can see Patrick Quinn and Dawson really kind of dinking at Bellamy here as one of their strategies.
And it can be risky. He's high, he's got height, he's got reach. So your dinks it's a little pressure to make sure you're hitting almost the perfect dink.
Yeah, they have to be short and in the kitchen, or Bellamy's going to be able to reach across there and speed that ball up. Just long there from Patrick Quinn.
I like the idea. He actually caught them. They were both frozen, but I don't know if they were frozen because they knew it was going out.
Or if no one was there.
Right.
Whatever it was, it worked out.
For Bellamy in. Rettenmeyer. Woo!
Good
Love
hands
those hands.
there.
Love.
Fast hands from Rettenmeyer and Patriquin there. Great hands battle.
I'm not sure I'm with the hands that Rettenmeyer's got. I'm not sure I'm feeling the. I don't know that I'd want to speed it up against him. He's hit several winners off of those firefights.
He has. He's been sitting on that back end there, and he's ready to counter.
Yeah,
and he's wanting those speed ups.
And he's hitting a beautiful angle off of it. It's not just your basic back in the center. It's a true winner.
It's a winner, yeah.
I'd like to know what he does to train to have hands like that.
I know. I need to start doing that as well.
Well, as for a tutorial, I like just a little conversation here amongst these two partners. We have the opportunity. We're courtside by Rettenmeyer and Bellamy, and then a little chit chat here, but we're courtside right next to him.
Sounds like there's a hindrance call, potentially on Dawson or Patriquin, and Rettenmeyer is asking the ref for clarity.
He was hoping for a hindrance call. He felt like his opponent spoke, and but the referee did not agree with that thought.
Great hands from Rettenmeyer again, those speed ups.
You know, and it was phenomenal because that ball was actually a little bit behind him. And I was just getting ready to comment on how I love how all these players, their paddles are up and out in front of them. They're not, their elbows aren't all tucked into their side. They're out, which makes for better hands and easier to grab the ball out of the air.
Exactly. And Rettenmeyer was a little late to it, but still was able to get it.
Managed to hit an amazing winner. They're definitely getting a little feisty out here on the court right now.
Rettenmeyer's having a little fun with the crowd here. Great hands by Patrick.
Great hands. There, you know, I do see that the winner of this match is going to go on to play Connor Garnett and Kristen Elshon in the round of 16 tomorrow. So that'll be another nail biter.
That'll be another good match.
Yes, we got to get through this fight here, but it is definitely anyone's game at this point.
It is, yeah. We got a really close second game here, a really close first game, so anyone's game.
I like that. I really like that move. I like Rettenmeyer's hands. He's so fast that it's not a half bad idea for him just to get up there and take over the middle.
Yeah, it's definitely a good idea for him to take over the middle. A lot of the shots from Dawson and Patriquin are going to Bellamy, so I think if Rettenmeyer can help him out a little bit, I think that'll help their case here.
They won that point. When I noticed what they really tried to do is they actually hit their return to Rettenmeyer, and I'm sure they were hoping to keep him back off the non-volley zone line just a little bit longer.
Yep.
And it worked.
It did. Good return there.
That was a beautiful
Another deep return.
Yes, those deep returns are such a big impact. It's tough to hit that third ball drop. it's such a big impact if you get deep returns.
Yep, deep serves and deep returns are key at this higher level in the 5-0 plus pro. If you can get a deep serve and a deep return, it's going to put a lot of pressure on your opponents.
Absolutely, it does. Wow. That was a great reset.
It was.
By Patrick Quinn. That was just a great reset. Something I noticed Dawson did there, when they're switching, I'm surprised his returns aren't a little bit loopier, buying him a little more time to get in.
A little aggressive there from Patrick Quinn.
He was pretty excited. He actually got exactly what he was looking for.
Yep. That higher ball there in the transition zone, just hit it a little deep. Here's that reset from Dawson. Ooh, we got the spin move there from Bellamy off that lob.
Right. The lob out of the lob bucket fell a little bit short.
It did.
The idea wasn't half bad because they had done an outstanding job of retrieving the lob,
getting back up
and getting back into the net, which is so key. You have to work your way back in. You've got to hit a drop off that lob when you retrieve it. You want to make sure you get yourself back in.
Yep.
He was trying to create the same thing that just happened to them. Yes. Again, there's
great
that
speed up.
There's that great speed up. Dawson takes so many balls out of the air. He reaches so many, and he hits them at just the right spot. You know.
Yep. And I think that's part of him, like you were saying earlier, is getting low. He's getting lower to the net, which is letting him see those high enough balls that he can speed up like that.
That was
great defense.
Great defense by Rettenmauer. He really, that shot he retrieved off that overhead was just a well-hit ball.
Yeah, and to be able to drive it like that.
I'd like to do that.
I know, me too. Helped my game out a lot.
Yeah, right? Oh, he missed the serve.
Those are tough. Those are tough.
They've got a little bit of a lead here, which will.
Great reset by Dawson there.
I would have almost called him the reset doctor.
I think, yeah. I think that's what makes him and Patrick Quinn's game so strong, is that they kind of balance each other out. You got Hayden Patrick Quinn's aggressive, likes to speed it up, likes to drive it, and then you have Dawson who likes to reset it and will get them up to the kitchen to set Hayden up later in the point.
I think that's a great point, because I think as an opponent, I think that's really tough, because sometimes it's soft, sometimes it's fast. It's hard to always be prepared when you've got such diversity.
Yep.
Whoa!
Great.
Oh, Patrick Quinn gave it right back to Rettenmauer in that case. That was almost the Rettenmauer shot.
It was, that backhand, that backhand counter.
Yeah. Bellamy
left
just
a little high.
Yeah, I didn't get enough on it.
Yep.
Left it a little high, and Patrick Quinn took advantage of it.
He did.
I like it.
That was a great backhand roll there by Hayden, Patrick Quinn.
And that point really was set up well by Dawson. He was working the ball. He was working it around. He's not just dinking to the same spot. He's really working it and moving the ball around.
They pushed Bellamy wide. Then went back to Rettenmauer, moving him around.
There we go. Great speed up on Rettenmeier's part.
It was.
Taking advantage. He had Dawson a little bit off the line. Rettenmauer took
on his
advantage
heels
of it.
a little bit.
I do think that's one of the things that makes pros, because they can play their own game. They can also see those little things that happen. They saw Dawson back a little bit. He took advantage of it.
You did, yeah. It's just the small things that these pros are able to read and adjust to. Playing each other all the time, knowing each other's game, so you really got to hone in on those smaller keys, the smaller details.
Yes, that's the details that matter. And that's something I do see pretty commonly in a lot of amateur rec play. They let the guy that's in trouble off the hook instead of staying on him, put the pressure. Keep putting pressure on him.
Just hits the top of the tape there for Patrick. Quick side out for Rettmeyer and Bellamy here.
Sent a little bit long. The spot was right.
It was. He just hit it a little too hard, but he had it there in the middle.
Yeah, he had it all eyed up and ready. Just rolled it a little long.
Unlucky net cord there for Travis Rettmeyer.
I just got an insider tip from my good friend Dominic Catalano on Callan Dawson's grip and why he uses it. So I'm going to explain more in just a second.
I think Hayden hesitated on that a little bit. I think he wanted to let it go, but knew it might have hit that back line.
I like the speed up. Bellamy just
got
had
what he
great
wanted.
hands.
He got what he wanted, but.
Yep, that lob was a little bit shorter, a little bit short. And sometimes you suffer the consequences. Those lobs can be very effective. They can also be trouble.
They can be very ineffective as well if you don't hit it right.
Right. Oh, almost got the roll.
Sat up there.
So what I learned is that he uses that that grip where he rolls up is because of it kind of he's a baseball player, and mimics that baseball glove effect. He wants to have the hand a little bit closer to the paddle because
face
of that.
The paddle?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Feels a little more like his glove that way.
Yep.
That's that flick, that forehand flick we've been talking about, right?
It is, yep.
And
Hayden he's incredible at it.
Yeah, and it's tough to read. You don't know when it's coming. He makes it look so much like a dink or anything else.
You don't know if it's going to that forehand side, the backhand side, the left or the right hip. It's a guessing game. Great resets.
That's a good over. But did you see the resets in there? The hands on there were incredible. I'd love to know just how tightly they're gripping the paddle. I'm assuming it's a pretty loose grip.
It's got to be pretty loose, yeah, to soften that ball up. The tighter the grip, the ball
comes off a little faster.
A little faster.
So just remember that, folks. Soften the grip. Oh,
great serve.
Yeah, just caught the outside of the line.
Unlucky net cord there for Bellamy.
He let that go. It looks like
that was an interesting decision there. It was a pretty low drive.
It didn't appear to be overhit. So, just you know what? It's good to know that everybody can make a bad choice every now and then.
They do, even the pros.
That's a better choice to let that one go.
He read that one correctly this time.
Yes. It's super tough to roll those from below the net. You've got to hit those a little bit slower speed to keep it in. If you're going to hit it that hard, it's probably going to sail out.
Yep.
The
wind. As soon as that ball was in the air, that wind picked up, and Bellamy was not able to adjust in time,
Wind
unfortunately.
picked up big right there. That was definitely an advantage for Patrick Quinn and Dawson. Oh, another roll.
Hayden can't believe it. Patrick Quinn is shocked that did not roll over.
Yeah, didn't go his way that time. The ref's joking around. I missed what she said, but it probably was funny.
It was.
Probably was funny.
Having a little fun with the ref in the crowd here.
Again, another missed volley out of Patrick Quinn.
Yeah.
I know it's been a ton of pressure. I don't feel like that's an unforced error by any stretch of the imagination. It's just there's a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
That ball's coming at him fast.
Bellamy and Rettenmeyer are driving pretty much every third, and at that point, they drove the 5th and the 7th as well.
It's good hands on Dawson. I was wondering if that ball was going to sail out, but it doesn't matter.
Nope, does not. It worked out for him. All right, second serve here.
Oh, he was
Another missed volley.
Looked like he was going to be so precise on that. He missed it. But you
softened it up.
Yes. It felt good, it looked good, and then just didn't do it.
Just long there.
A little long.
Yep. Good drive there.
Here we are at 10. No, just kidding.
11-10. 11-10-2.
Game 2, potential game point.
Another close game. Good lead by Hayden there.
It is so tough to close out a game sometimes. You know, the thing is we can't let time just run out here. We got to close out those points.
Yep. Got to earn every point.
Mm-hmm.
Great spot there by Dawson.
Yeah, he forced him to move. He stepped back a little bit, forced him to move his feet.
Yep.
Sometimes you just get a little too delicate.
Yep. I think Rettenmeyer was wanting to lean middle there, and Dawson saw it and caught him on that backhand.
I don't know what happened.
I think Dawson and Paxton are calling that ball out.
Out. Okay. 12-11. Now we've got a potential match point on our hands, right? Yes, we have another potential match point on our hands right here for Patrick and Dawson. He was going for it.
He wanted it, yeah. I think it was there. That dink was left a little high, but unfortunately he hit it in the net.
Oh,
unlucky from Patrick Quinn there. He had the overhead.
That drive out of Rettenmeyer, that had some speed on it. I'd love to have a radar gun out here and see what some of these drives are being hit at.
Yeah, they are hitting it really hard. Tough to return. But like you were saying earlier, a lot of the returns are going to Rettenmeyer.
Right, they want to keep him back off the net, and it's a good strategy.
It is. He's driving those thirds and chopping those fifths, but it is keeping him back, not letting him poach.
Right, which we saw a little run when he was able to get in and poach early.
Yep. Great hands from Patrick Quinn there. That was so low, and he was able to reset that back.
That was a tough ball. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Just got him on that in his paddle hand. Caught Bellamy in his paddle hand. There we go into game three here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open, presented by Acrytech Sports Surfaces. I think we've got some fun ahead of us, so please stay tuned for this men's doubles match in the round of 32.
Not yet, buddy.
All right, we are in a barn burner right here with Dawson and Patriquin playing against Rettenmeyer and Bellamy. They are all tied up now going into game 3.
Yeah, game 1 and game 2 were as close as they can get, each team taking it by 2 points. Excited for game 3 here. It should be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anything, at this point, it's anybody's game to hit the round of 16 to get to play against Connor Garnett and Kristen Alshon tomorrow.
Yep. Do you see, what do you think the strategy here for both teams is going to be going into this game 3?
You know, that's an excellent question. And because the games have been so close, I don't anticipate either team making any significant adjustments. I think they're just going to be looking to maybe execute a little bit better. Pretty sure we're going to want to, Rettenmeyer's going to be looking to get up and poach as much as he can. And pretty sure Dawson and Patrick are going to want to try and keep Rettenmeyer back a little bit longer.
Yep.
But neither team needs to make a big adjustment at this point. It's just a matter of who's going to make either some extra unforced errors or who's going to force some errors.
Yep.
You know,
great hands there from
all
players.
Beautiful point. Again, it's traveling so fast I can't even track it. But you know what? Really the difference maker there is these two very tall guys were right up on the non-volley zone line. Dawson and Patriquin were back about 6 or 8 inches maybe.
Yep. It gives those taller players a little extra room to be a little more aggressive with.
Right. Yeah.
The reset was a little high that time. It's hard to, nothing you can really do about that after you hit it that high.
At that point, all you can do is hope they hit it in the net or go for something too aggressive.
Yep.
That was not what Rettenmeyer did there. Beautiful finishing shot.
Yep. Just long there for Bellamy, trying to go for that aggressive serve.
I'm uncertain. I think he tried to serve a little too soon.
Too soon, okay.
So he got a little bit lucky right there. Because
gets it back.
Gets another try. You don't get that opportunity very often.
Nope.
Well,
little singles action there from Bellamy.
Yeah, speaking of, getting up there and poaching, I think that's a great maneuver on his part because Rettenmeyer's drive is so effective.
It is.
It's a great move on Bellamy's part.
Yeah, definitely something to look for. Rettenmeyer driving those thirds and Bellamy trying to go up looking for that.
I like it.
That poach.
And it's most likely an adjustment they've made because realizing that Rettenmeyer is now getting stuck back a little bit longer.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, well, if they're going to do that, we can just go to plan B.
Plan B.
And, Dawson may have picked up on that. Well, if that's going to be the guy coming in, I'm going to return to him.
Switch it up. Yep.
Keep him back. That's a great move.
Great shot from Hayden there to realize that ball was high and to slide over.
Recognize his partner was just a little back off the line, slid over, finished it. He also slid over and grabbed the third ball and hit a really nice drive.
It was. Ooh, got what he wanted there.
Yeah.
That ball was high enough to attack.
And he
Dawson
was
just missed it.
I love the smile, though, we get out of him.
Great counter there by Bellamy. Went right at Patriquin.
Yeah, Dawson's spot probably should have gone ahead and gone to Rettenmeyer. He gave
Bellamy was sitting on it.
Yeah.
He was ready for it.
And you have a little more time to see it when it's coming cross court.
You do, yep. Another great drive from Rettenmeyer.
I like it. That's a nice little flick. It's
a good
almost
point.
like he wasn't expecting, and also he's like, "Oh, look what I
Yeah,
look,
it
look
was
what
right
I
there,
found."
right there for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look what I found. That's it. Great anticipation. Dawson's just popped it up a little bit high, and Rettmeyer took advantage of that shot right there.
Really aggressive at that point, and it worked out for him.
I was going to ask you a few minutes ago if you're willing to give a prediction on who you think's going to go for Game 3 here, but I don't know. You ready to go on a limb or no?
It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a close game. 1 and 2 were both really close. Both teams are playing really well right now. I think both teams have a strategy they like to use. I will say the match will go to Patrick Quinn and Dawson.
Ooh, he is making a call. All right, we're going to find out.
We'll see.
Look at this rally. This beautiful dink rally.
Great point. That's such a great point.
Mm-hmm. And that's something they talk about. The pros are really speeding it up. Not necessarily. That was a very good dink rally. They just sped it up when the opportunity presented itself.
Yep. Great get on that serve. That was a deep serve, and Bellamy was able to keep that in.
What I liked about it is he got low. He grabbed it early. He got in fast. He put a lot of pressure on Dawson to try and make a perfect third ball drop.
Ooh, Bellamy trying to be fancy with it there, trying to drop it right back over the net like Patrick Quinn did.
Right. He had good reach. He was able to reach out a little far, but just the roll volley wasn't quite there.
It was a little low.
Almost like think he went for a little too much power on it.
Ooh. Unlucky net cord there. I think it threw it off a little bit for everyone.
Agreed. What do you think? Do you see any strategies or any adjustments you think you would make if you were out there playing this match?
I think I would try and be a little more aggressive if I were Rettmeyer and Bellamy. I like that third shot drive and coming up and trying to poach that fifth if it's there. If it's not, I would want to slow the point down and wait for it. They're both really tall. They can reach. They can find that shot they're looking for as a put away. And then if I'm Patrick Quinn and Dawson, I really want to keep those dinks low. And then Rettmeyer and Bellamy are tending to speed it up prematurely on some points just because of their height. They're trying to get that aggressiveness. Great hands by Rettmeyer. He was ready for it.
Rettmeyer getting a little.
He's talking a little
bit
out here. Getting a little chirpy out here.
Mm-hmm. I do think you're right. I think when you're super tall, it's actually hard to stay in these soft dink rallies that are low, very long.
Yep.
But it's a ton of pressure on your opponents. I got to keep it short, but it is a little bit. It's tougher. Taller guys do have to bend a lot more.
They do. They're always looking for that ball to attack, and speed up, just because of their height. They want to be aggressive and stay aggressive.
Clearly, they excel at this high-power speed game as well.
Yep.
Okay. And we are at 5-3. Yes, in Game 3.
We'll switch ends at 6 here. Whoever gets there first.
There it is. Looks like we're heading right into an end switch, and we're going to go into a sponsor timeout. All right, we are back after an end switch for Dawson and Patriquin are up 6-3 here at the Vizzy Hard Seltzer Atlanta Open. And their conversation on who was the server and who's the returner, I think they're all settled now.
Yep, here we go.
That was a fast serve. I think I heard Bellamy say it kind of gave him a funny bounce. I think it kicked up higher than he was expecting.
Yep.
Sent that a little wide. I think he caught it a little bit early.
He did.
I think the timing was great. He had both of his opponents kind of leaning down, watching for these soft dinks.
Yep.
Throw that up, and you can really hit an offensive shot.
Great speed up there from Dawson, setting Patriquin up for that easy put away.
Way to be ready, Patriquin. The wind is picking up again. I have some papers here in front of me. I can always tell when the wind picks up because it starts to send the papers around. That was a very powerful, deep return.
It was. I think Rettmeyer caught it behind him a little bit, was leaning back.
He was on his heels for sure. Yeah.
Good leave there.
Rettmeyer definitely saved Dawson in there. I think that shot was going to go out. But, you know, sometimes you anticipate it, you're ready, you just go for it, and then you keep playing.
Yep, it's right up there for you to hit. It's too easy.
Too easy. I feel like, again, we're starting to see them go back to Rettmeyer. On the third ball to the returns back to Rettmeyer.
Yep, that worked for him in game 1 and 2. It's working here in 3 for him. I definitely see them continuing to do that.
I would agree with that philosophy. What a beautiful reset by Patriquin. A little bit high, but hey, you know, over and kept him in the points because you never know what's going to happen.
Just wide for Patriquin there. He was ready for it, but
I feel like Patriquin's like starting to feel like he's got this, and he's starting to speed it up a little too soon.
Yep.
That's that strategy we talked about now, where Bellamy's getting in behind the drive, and I think it's super smart.
It is, yep. It allows them to be a little more aggressive, keep Dawson and Patriquin on their heels a little bit.
It makes them think about the shot they're going to hit next.
It does.
It's a lot of pressure on. A little fire here.
Yeah, let's see a little run from Rettmeyer and Bellamy here.
I like it. Keeping this, I get to stay out here and watch more pickleball.
Yep.
Tonight has a great shot. You know, watching Dawson, I love how still his body is, how still his paddle is. When the ball's coming at him at a high speed or rate, everything about his shot is simple.
It is.
Very, very simple. And it's a beautiful, deep volley off of it.
It is. Yeah, these pros are so good at the body control. That's what makes them so good, is being able to keep their body still and in control. Whereas on the amateur side, tends to be a little more movement.
A little more movement in the body and in the paddle. That ball's coming at him very fast. He doesn't overreach. It comes to him. He waits on to get there, and he just hits a very simple, crisp volley back deep in the court.
Yep. Nothing too crazy on it.
And what I see a lot of times is I see a lot of the, you know, amateur players, they block that ball, but they drop it like short, and then they invite their opponents back into the match. Back up into the net. You know, so I like that.
You want to keep them back.
Yes, I like that Dawson's pushing him back, because you definitely don't want to invite Rettmeyer up.
No, you do not. If you can keep them back, you definitely want to keep them back.
Because I think, you know, if you keep him back and driving all those balls, if Dawson's on top of it, he's doing a lot less work than Rettmeyer.
He is, yep. All right, we're back from the timeout.
They've caught chicken winged on Patrick Quinn a couple of times. He's made a couple of get him back, but
they're high.
Yes, they're not effective enough to do anything with. They've definitely got him in the chicken wing.
Yep, I think they're speeding up at Hayden. Patrick Quinn a little bit more this game.
Yes.
Just wide.
Went a little wide.
It was close.
It looked like it was going to be a sweet winner, but nope, carried wide. Here we are at 7-8.
Got a close one again.
This is exciting. Nice.
I think Redmeyer has lobbed just as much or maybe even more than Dawson.
I actually think you're right there. I actually thought Patrick Quinn kind of missed an opportunity to poach a ball. He just didn't anticipate it, but they still won the point, so it doesn't matter. Nice.
Good serve.
Got a little ahead of that.
Yep, he was anticipated a little too much there. A great dink point here.
Yes, it is. The opportunity presented itself. Dawson did not miss that opportunity.
And that is why you dink there, to keep that ball low and find that high enough ball to attack, and that's exactly what Dawson did.
Set the point up. We are at 10-7 for a potential match point for somebody to make it into the round of 16 tomorrow.
Yep.
And they did close it out.
Closed it out.
There we are. So we have Dawson and Patrick Quinn. They'll be taking on tomorrow Connor Garnett and Kristen Alshon in the round of 16. You know, if you're in the Atlanta area, I really encourage you to come on down, visit all of our amazing sponsors, come on into the Pickleball Central booth and find yourself some good PPA gear. But, you know, make sure you tune in. If you're not in the Atlanta area, you know, make sure you tune in. We'll be back again tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. And we are set. Thank you, folks, for joining us here today.